thank all of you for being here. I know everyone's taking time out of their days and schedules to be here. We think this is a really important process. We're really grateful to you for being here. So as you remember, we're here to work on structured decision-making to finalize our recommendation to the commission. And hopefully we can get to that by the end of our session here today and tomorrow. So just as a quick rundown of our plan today, we're going to start by recapping what structured decision-making is and what our next steps in the process are. Then we're going to hear from Molly a little bit about some more updates from FWP and what they've been working on. And then we're going to get into it and hear from all of you. So I think that's really all I need to say in the way of introduction, but let's do a quick round of introductions. Everyone can share your name and we'll go around in a circle. We've got name tags, but start here. I'm Alex. I forgot to mention Alex McIntyre, one of your facilitators.
Sarah Sells, one of your other facilitators.
Cody Hansen, Phillipsburg, Montana. Sullivan, Bowman.
Scott Cargill, White Bowman. Lisbon, Zula. Todd Stansky, Great Falls, Montana.
Josh Pallister,
Matt Lumley,
John McClellan,
Steve Hawks, Hamilton. Mark Myers, Hamilton. John Barr, Victor. Bill Mitchell, Sure.
Thanks, everyone. Oh yeah, how about folks from FWP? Can you share your name?
I'm Liz Bradley and Wildlife Manager for Region 2 Apples and Wild.
I'm Molly Parks, I'm the large cargo coordinator for FWP.
Oh, Alyssa Anderson, the line monitoring bio.
Justin Gideon, research administrator.
Hi, I'm Alex Voter, bionutrition honor.
SCDP, biologist, bionutrition.
Rebecca Mallory, biology by region.
Biologist, Region 3.
Great. I'm going to pass it to Sarah, who's going to walk us through SDM.
Briefly this time, I promise. So for everyone here and everyone listening online, again, the purpose of this committee is to be an ecoregional committee to work with FWP to define a planning strategy where the objective is to manage the West Central Lion ecoregional population for population sustainability at a target level that maximizes public satisfaction related to lion hunter opportunity, lion conflict, and ungulate population trends. And so as a reminder, what we're here to do is to work through a difficult decision and make recommendations to the decision makers. And we're using the process of structured decision making, or SDM, which again is not a debate, it's not a conflict resolution, but it is a process that allows us to go through a logical and deliberative means of really identifying our values and making a decision recommendation based on our values. So as a reminder, what our SDM process looks like, we start with framing the problem, defining really what is the problem that we're here to try to solve, and we come up with different objectives and things we'd like to see achieved in an ideal world. And then we come up with alternatives, which are the different ways we can meet objectives and solve the problem. And then we think about consequences. So how well does each alternative meet each objective? And then we need to look at the trade-offs between the different alternatives. So some will do well on some objectives and some on others. Usually in most cases, there's not one alternative that really performs best across all objectives. So we'll think about those trade-offs and really try to optimize the alternative, identify the alternative that does the best job. And then we'll make a recommendation to FWP. So as you recall, we went through these first 3 steps in our last meeting in August. And so that was really great progress. And today we're ready to dive into the consequences step. Give you a minute to read over the problem statement that we came up with. This is one of 2 slides. We split it up so you can hopefully see that okay in the back. Ready for the next slide? So this is where we landed at the end of our last meeting. We can revisit this as much as needed if we think that changes are needed. So it's just a current draft. So then we identified 7 fundamental objectives. Number 1, and these are not in any particular order, maximize the sustainability and health of the population of lions, maximize hunter opportunity for ungulates and hunter opportunity for lions, as well as outfitter opportunity for lions, maximize a sustainable, healthy population of ungulates, minimize conflict in terms of things like livestock depredations and public safety, such as habituation, and then maximize satisfaction over lion population by general public. So again, these are the things we said would solve this problem in an ideal world. If we could meet all these objectives, that would be really helping solve the problem well. And we can revisit these as needed if we identify things that need to change, or we're missing something, or if something that's actually could be reworded, or whatever have you. We can definitely do that as much as needed. So for alternatives, you'll recall that we did some work with each of you to think about giving a score from 1 through 5, where 1 is very dissatisfied, up to 5 being very satisfied, for each potential percentage change based on how you would feel if the population was anywhere from negative 100% to 100% change in the population. We did that over 5% increments. So if we look at this graph that is very small, each of these different panels is one of your answers across the range of negative 100 up to 100% change the population. And on the y-axis is the 1 through 5. So you can see for, say, participant number 1 there, they were going to be most satisfied if the population was somewhere in the realm of 40% or so smaller than current. And then we had a lot of people that were more in the middle. They were happiest around stable population or a little bit of change on either side. And then a couple of folks that would like to see it increase. So then we took the average of all those inputs, and we found that the average sentiment was that a 0% change was really going to be the best at satisfying the 1 through 5 scale that we used. And so this allowed us to think about, whether we wanted to evaluate that 0% change and something on the slightly lower or slightly higher from that, which led us to this set of alternatives that we asked for the analysis for, where we could think about a 10% increase to lions, stable population, 10% decrease, and then the status quo using the 2023 to 2024 commission quotas. And all of these alternatives are going to focus on areas of ungulate concern to have more lion harvest in some of these different zones that we identified. So again, these are just starting points. We can evaluate other things, but this is what we landed on last time, or what the group thought made sense to as a starting point for alternatives. So we have 4 alternatives at this point, and the next question is, which of these is best? And so that's where we're going to dive into this consequences step. And again, we'll revisit those previous steps as needed, but you'll recall from the house example last time, the consequences step is where we can fill out what's known as a consequence table and think about where we have, in this example, those objectives for buying a house in the different rows, and the columns are the different alternatives for potential homes they were considering. And they filled out this table trying to predict those different consequences under each of the different objectives. So we're going to do the same thing for our alternatives, if that's stable or 10% increase or decrease in the status quo. And we're going to do that for each of our objectives. So we'll get to that in a little bit this morning. But first, we're going to turn this over to Molly to give us an update on the modeling results, and then we'll have some discussion over all of that before we dive into the consequences step. So before we do that, again, just as a reminder for everyone, the committee here is charged with identifying a target population trend, increase, decrease, or stable, and the degree of size change if you do want it to change. And then we're here to also talk about those LMU emphases, such as the older age class harvest or these other possible ideas or other ones that you come up with that might make sense to help solve this problem. We're not here to talk about season structure and license types or the specific allocation of quotas among these elements. So we'll try to steer clear of that. And if we get into that, we'll try to pull back out of that because that's not what we're here to talk about. So the ground rules, again, are to please honor this process. Sometimes it'll seem a little bit strange that we're spending time on some of these things, but I promise it's always going to hopefully lead us to, more clarity in this decision. And please remember to have mutual respect for different opinions. I think we did great last time, and same with the no filibustering. Did great with all that last time. And today we'll really try to stay on course and focused and minimize the stories that we might want to tell. We can do that during the breaks. Respect the break times. We will take breaks and you can tell those stories then. And then please again, stay within the committee charges. And again, as Molly mentioned earlier, we have our one member on Zoom. So please try to keep the side conversations to minimum so that folks on Zoom can hear us easily. And this room has, the loud acoustics that make it hard when there's more than one conversation at a time. We will take breaks to check in as needed. So with all that said, before Molly kicks us off, any first comments or questions or thoughts? Okay.
You're up.
Get that cover over your shoulder.
No, I will give this to you. Let me make sure to share the screen.
Right, guys, good to see you all again. It's been 2 months, kind of hard to believe it's 2 months already, time's flying.
Sharing your slide view.
Yeah.
Looks good up there.
Let's see if we can do this. No. Wow. How's that?
Yeah.
Better?
Yeah, good. Oh, it's swapped.
Oh. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Never fail.
Oh, I was looking at this. I wasn't looking up there. That's what we want.
Yeah.
Okay, now we got it. Well, anyway, we've been really busy over the last 2 months since we've all been together, and so I'm going to share some of that information with you today. You have to bear with us. We've had a lot of really recent updates, as in the last 24 hours, and so we're going to kind of walk through some of that. But just to get started, here's where we're going. Let me see if I can get this bar. Is there a way I can get rid of the bar or not?
Move it.
We'll try. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we were working through this adaptive management process. And so we are going to talk about where we are in that process today. And then we're going to look at the IPM. We're going to talk about how that model works and how we're using it to help inform this discussion moving forward. And then we click. Okay, and then we're going to look at how we build harvest prescription. So we're going to look at the 5-year average harvest. It's going to give us a baseline for comparison. And then we're also going to look at some of these different concepts of adding management zones, like these ungulate focal areas. We're going to look at areas of constraint. So we're just going to address how we build a harvest prescription to kind of help feed the discussions throughout the day. So just a couple important reminders, we're going to be covering a lot of information. And so we do have breaks built in the presentation to stop and ask questions. But if at any point you're confused or lost, something doesn't make sense, just raise your hand and we can address questions throughout as well. So Down here in the left corner of this slide, you can see the chart for adaptive management process. We've already completed the first two steps. We've engaged our stakeholders, that's you all, and we have developed our population objectives, as Sarah just mentioned. And so now we're going to be looking at identifying harvest alternatives to meet those objectives, and we're going to evaluate those alternatives. And so that's where the integrated population model comes into play. So as Sarah mentioned, last meeting, we determined our objectives to evaluate would be that 10% increase in the ecoregional population, stable population, a 10% decrease. And you also asked us to look at what the commission quotas would do to that ecoregional population if we carried that forward over the next 6 years. So again, using the IPM, we're going to evaluate those different scenarios. So the IPM is a really neat, sophisticated, very complex tool. The IPM is helping us to understand the past and present population of lions. It's helping us to understand the trend, and it's helping us to understand the level of harvest we would need over the next 6 years to meet these different objectives. Now, the integrated population model is pulling together many different streams of data. It's everything from field data, like our seeker estimates, harvest data. So think about when you harvest a lion, bring it in for inspection to FWP, we're confirming the sex, and we're also pulling a tooth for aging. The age and sex data is feeding this model. We also are using published literature. So things like vital rates for population. Think about the age at which a female lion first reproduces, how long between litters, how many kittens are in the average litter. All of that information, along with mortality rates, are in this model, helping us to understand, again, what was the past population each year to present, and where are we going in the future. So this is an output from the IPM. And so you can see the model is starting back in 2004, and it's creating a population estimate each year up to current day, well, technically 2022, not quite current day. So this is the population reconstruction portion of the model. We're also incorporating that seeker estimate. So this is coming from our field work. The seeker estimate here is actually the weighted average of the 3 estimates we presented last meeting, because we have those different levels of uncertainty, but that's helping to ground the current day estimate. And then the projection portion of the model, moving forward in time the next 6 years, helps us to determine what does the trend look like to meet these different objectives, and how many lions do we need to harvest. And so here's an example of what that output would look like. Now, this is a good point to mention. The IPM, we wanted to present these numbers. We wanted to present to you today how many lions were 10% up or 10% down, but you need to do a little more evaluation of the IPM. There have been a few results that just warrant a little bit more evaluation, and I don't know, Justin, if you would want to say anything about that. Or we could go a few more steps forward if you think that helps.
Sure.
The next, I'll just jump there so you can see.
Yeah, okay, so we can't give you specific numbers, so even these numbers take it with a grain of salt. This will just give you a ballpark of where we are. So this is, we can give you though some consistent trends in every model run that we've been doing, so you get an idea of what's going on here. So if you go back to 2004, that's when we started the model. I got to explain like why this came to be, what the uncertainty is here. So this was an estimate that we published some time ago. We had a different model for the whole state. We grouped it together for these hunting districts that make the West Central ecoregion. That was an estimate of 774 independent lions across this whole area. So to that, we added a percentage for transient lions. So that would be like animals with home ranges, the resident lions. And then we ran it with the harvest that we've seen for this time period. In 2004 happens to be like the period of the lowest female harvest in the ecoregion, actually in the state, but in the whole ecoregion. So for that time, up until about 2010, we were harvesting very few females, and even after 2010, comparatively, not that many females. So one consistent trend is this population has been increasing since 2010, up to present. So we get up to about 2,000-ish independent lions, so that's lions that are not kittens, that are on their own, like harvestable lions, you know, under the regulations. That seemed a little high, and we agree that might be a little high. Go ahead. So we started it again with a different, just the same population estimate of independent lions in 2005, but excluding the transients, just to say, okay, what's the range of possibilities? So one thing is you see the same trend. It's definitely been increasing just based on the female harvest that we've had. That's clear that if we want to cause a decline in the population going forward, or even stabilize it, there's going to need to be more female harvest than there has been across the ecoregion. So that is one clear point. Both of these lines are increasing, you know, roughly to the point where over the next 6 years, if you project that out, it'll be about a 10% increase. So that's clear under either one of these scenarios, like the high or the low. So that's kind of the recent harvest, the recent 5-year harvest would create the 10% increase. That would be basically how you would accomplish that. Where it gets a little fuzzy for us is after that, what would the harvest need to be to cause the population to be stable or to cause a 10% decline? The reason it gets fuzzy is because the model is flexible. Like Molly said, it contains all these vital rates, survival, reproductive rates, all these parameters that affect the population dynamics. But it fits them all together as best as possible. It's like, what would they have to be? They're a little loose, and the model finds the values for each one of those things that get us to this point, fit together. So if we say that the pattern that is we need to double check before we give you specific numbers. The reason we need to double check this still, triple check this, we're running more runs, is that at the higher population level and the lower population level, it's the same harvest. That is what happened. We know that from the check-in data that we have, the age at harvest. So the lower, if we start at the lower population, it's growing at the same rate. The harvest has been the same, so that means we're harvesting a higher proportion of that population. It's still growing at the same rate, so the model is fitting it to say, well, this population has more productivity. There's more fecundity. It's growing faster in order to make this line parallel. Then this higher population, where every year the harvest that we've seen is a smaller proportion. So this one is, without any harvest, would grow at a slower rate. So it's somewhere in there, but the sort of result that is causing us to raise our eyebrows is there are some cases where the model is telling us we would have to harvest more of this smaller population than the larger population to cause the same decline. And it's telling us that because this one had to have been more productive to have grown like this with the harvest that we've had, because we've been harvesting a higher proportion. That kind of makes sense. However, what we're saying is that we have to harvest a larger number to cause a decline in a smaller population, which is a little bit iffy. So that's why we're double checking. We don't want to give you specific numbers, but the general patterns are there. We've been increasing. If you want to keep increasing at 10%, the recent harvest will get you there. If you want the recent commission, the season that is in place right now that they set is causing a decline, you know, somewhere definitely a decline, somewhere up to maybe around 10%, but we're not specific on the numbers yet until we make sure we understand what's going on here. So if you want to cause a stable population, you need to have more harvest than we've seen recently. We don't know exactly how much more harvest, but that you're not here to recommend the exact quotas anyway. So that gives you kind of the range of what we're working with. The recent harvest will continue to cause an increase ecoregion wide. The season that's in place now will cause a decline, maybe up to about 10%. We're not sure exactly what. It might need to be adjusted if that's what you want to accomplish. And then somewhere in between there will cause stable. Somewhere more harvest of females especially, but maybe less harvest than what the commission just passed, but that would lead to a stable population. So that's kind of for your own information, that's how much harvest we're talking about to achieve the objectives. Is that good?
Thank you. Does anyone want to ask a follow-up question before we?
Well, just
So I'm clear, you're saying if we went with 21, 22 harvest recommendations, not 22, 23 harvest recommendations, see them grow 10% ish increase.
Yes.
Moving forward.
Yeah, just like continue on with the. And these are the most recent two ways we've tried to capture the uncertainty, but that trend of increasing, about that rate has been the same every way we look.
So can I ask the population data from 20 or 2004 that you're on in there? Do you feel more confident about that?
Well, we have no way to know, to be honest. And we had a long debate. I guess the short answer is, I don't know, you can ask all these things, but I would say the short answer is no. Given us how long it took us to agree on, should we have transient lines or not? Yeah, I mean, would anybody feel more confident? I don't know. Would you disagree that or and say that we were more confident in 2004 than we are?
No, I would not, but I will say that when that 2004 bill, that's when we bought this, it was known that it was going to be conservative. It was said, they kept the errors going in that direction, that they would say, here's what we got, very likely enough.
That is true. And that's why we debated for so long, should we add the transients and how many transients should we, like non-territorial handling, which we don't. So yeah, that low estimate, starting with 595 independent lines, Jeff is right, we can say that clearly is a low ball estimate. How much more than that we have then, we don't.
I think when you, if you Google it or not, that's right, it says 3,000 to 6,000 on some of the information, 3,000 to 6,000
In
in the state of
and
Montana.
that's from that same paper. That's
Right.
where, yeah, and that was, again, and the way we created that estimate was, well, actually right here, we have this long-term project in the Garnets where we were trying to capture lines every year, map out whole ranges, fill in the gaps. So you create maps and you can see where there's a gap, there has to be a line. We're trying to mark all the kittens and see where they go. And we did that for 11 years in a row. And we used that to come up with a density estimate, a low and a high density estimate. And then we kind of used the same habitat model and extrapolated it all over the state. And we did the same thing that's in this population model where we sort of simulated how many cats were harvested in every district, how much movement there was among the districts, and we ran it. So, I mean, it's not that it's not based on information or that it's not believable, but it is based on animals with home ranges extrapolated to the whole state, fit into a model with harvest in it, by the way. So it's the same kind of thing where we don't know with certainty, but that estimate, that low line is probably on the low end. So we're probably somewhere above that. And these estimates here, if you recall, I think our estimate was like the weighted average from the capture recapture.
1376.
Yes, it's in the same ballpark, these numbers. So that's kind of where we are at present, somewhere 1,500, 2,000 kind of lines. And that's as good as we're gonna get.
Thank you, Justin. Well, he did bring up one other great point, and that is the idea of the ratio of females in the harvest. So all of our experience and all of our research has shown us that females really drive the trajectory of a population. That population trend is most greatly influenced by female harvest. So if you look at our historic data here from 1990 to 2022, females are the tan bars at the bottom portion and the green are male. And you can see our harvest was increasing up until 98 and 99, but our female ratio was also increasing. So we actually harvested 55% females in those late 90s. At that point, the population began to decline significantly. So we really backed off a harvest. We hit our low in 2006, and we were down to a 22% female ratio at that point in time. And then the population slowly began to increase and we stabilized with 37% females in the harvest for the last 10 years. That's been pretty consistent. So as we're moving forward with our recommendations and some of these discussions, we want to think about the last 5 to 10 years, 37% females in the harvest, or shifting that ratio to meet objectives.
And just want to clarify.
Absolutely. Yep.
That graph shows total percent female harvest, so that includes both sub-adult females and adult females.
Mhm. Yep. Thanks.
It's the adult females that really drive the population.
So this is just a great spot to stop and see if there's any additional questions or thoughts that have popped up before we move on. So now let's talk about building harvest prescriptions. So as I mentioned, I want to look at the last 5 years of harvest and that average, so we have kind of a reference for comparison, kind of a baseline, and then we'll look at identifying the different management zones and considering constraints as we make these prescriptions. So the recent harvest over the last 5 years has been an average of about 151 lions. And here we have a map that's color coded so you can see by LMU how many lions average every year we've been harvesting. And so the lighter green are going to be lower levels of harvest and the darker green are going to be higher levels of harvest. So this is again just kind of so that you have a level of comparison as we move forward. And I know these are broke down by LMU. Again, just a reminder, we're not really setting quotas here, but just so you kind of have some sense of how things compare and contrast. So last time you asked us not only to look at the 10% stable and 10% changes on either side of increase, decrease, but you also asked us to look at areas where we want to intensify harvest to help struggling ungulates, and then areas to alleviate some of that harvest pressure to increase lion numbers. And so those units for intensifying harvest were 240, 50, 70, and 80, which are primarily the Bitterroot, and then 280 up near the scapegoat. And then the decrease were 210, 11, 13, 391, and 413. And then the remainder of the harvest would just be allocated across the ecoregion proportionally. So how do we do this when we're thinking about a harvest prescription? How do we incorporate these management zones? So thinking about management zones, we first want to start with constraints, areas where with what we're observing for harvest, we're unlikely to see a change moving forward. So in 422, we have averaged 6.2 lions a year in the actual harvest. This is an area where there's a lot of private land that limits access to public land on the front, limits access to lions. And so even if we increase the quotas, we're unlikely to observe much more harvest. So that's something that we probably want to consider. If we have a total number of lions that we need to harvest every year to meet an objective, adding more here might not really get us there. So now for the focal zone, we are going to increase harvest here 40% over the 5-year average. If what we've observed over the last 5 years isn't getting the job done, we need to increase. That's kind of our reference for comparison. So we're going to increase that harvest 40%, and that's based on that work we did in the Bitterroot. The ungulate, or I'm sorry, the lion focal area, we're going to reduce harvest in this area 10%, again, just to give a little bit of room for those numbers, the lion numbers to increase in those areas that you identified. And then the remainder of the total pool of lions, again, is just proportionally allocated among the 10 LMUs. So let's walk through an example of our 5-year average so you can see what this looks like. So first, we're going to just walk through how this harvest was allocated over the last 5 years, not incorporating the zones, and then we'll look at a comparison of if we were to redistribute that same total. So over the last 5 years, 151 lions is our average. 6.2 have been harvested out of 422 in that limited access area. 33.6, if you were to add up the total harvest in each of those 4 LMUs, it adds up to 33.6 lions a year. In the green, if you add the total harvest for those LMUs, that adds up to 32.6 lions a year. And then the remainder of that tan adds up to 78.8. So if you add all those zones together, it adds up to that 151. Now let's think about redistributing with the focal zones. So we're going to keep the 6.2 consistent. And again, we're using that same pool of 151 lions. So same number, just different allocation. So now we're going to increase 40% in the red. So now we're up to 47 lions. We're going to decrease 10% in the green. So now we're down to 29. And then if you were to add, I'm sorry, let me just go back one. If you were to add the 6.2, the 47, and the 29.3, that adds up to 82.5. So you take that out of your total 151, and what's left is 68.7 to allocate across the rest of the ecoregion. So here's kind of a side-by-side comparison, so you can see how those vary. And I added the densities in miles squared, not kilometers, because we had that question last time. So you can see, for example, if you look at the red, B is that focal area. Just with what we observed on the left, it was 1.63 lines per 100 miles squared, and now we've bumped it up to 2.29 per 100 miles squared. We've reduced the green from 0.8 per 100 miles squared to 0.72, and then we've just slightly ended up reducing in the tan area. We've slightly reduced our harvest intensity just because that's a product of what's left. So I also wanted to show you the commission quotas. I just used the same zones so that you could use it for comparison. But if you were to take all of the new quotas the commission put in place for this coming year, the red zone total of 78 lions, green 61, the remainder 133, and then that orange zone bumped up from 6.2 to 8. And so if we look at these side by side, compared to the 5-year average, you can see that's a pretty big jump just about everywhere. So in the red zone, we went from 1.63 to 3.79. Down in the green, we went from 0.8 to 1.5, so we almost doubled. And then in the tan, 0.64 to 1.08. So it's a pretty big increase in density across the ecoregion. And then one other thought, I wanted to show you the sex ratio idea of changing the female sex ratio in the harvest. So if we wanted to meet the same objective, there's different ways to get there. And if you increase your female harvest, it can reduce your total number of lions you need to harvest, but of course the females increase. So in this example on the left, this would be using our 5-year average sex ratio, which is about 37.5% females. Our total harvest would be 190 lions. And so at the bottom, which you can't see very well, that would be 71 females and 119 males. But if we bump up females to 55% of the harvest, now we only need 182 total lions, but we need a number I can't see.
Here. Did you get the total?
Females at the bottom, sorry.
182 for the 55% harvest.
Yeah,
Total 182, 100 females, 82 males.
okay, 100 females and 82 lions. So instead of 71 females, now we're up to 100 and we're down to 82 males from the 119. And so I guess, are there any questions about that? So that's kind of all I have for you, but I didn't know if any of our team had other thoughts that they wanted to share at this point, kind of take home messages, trends that we're observing, just things to consider as we move forward. Again, I guess one of the take homes that Justin already mentioned is regardless of the starting population and the IPM, the trend really is very consistent. We are seeing that increasing trend. And if we continue with what we've been doing, we will continue to see some level of increase. So to stabilize or decrease, we will need to increase harvest from the last 5 years. And just keeping in mind that female portion of the harvest is going to be pretty important for some of these objectives. Anyone else have anything to add? Well, that's all I have.
Thank you, Molly. We have some time scheduled now to talk about this, to answer questions before we dive into hearing about your preferences among these alternatives. So Molly solicited questions, but I'm just going to do it again. What questions do you have? What comments? Go ahead, Josh.
Question. So we're trying to get a baseline, like if we want to decrease the harvest by 10%, right? And if we use females to do that, is it more precipitous? And is it harder to keep, once you get to that 10%, would it be harder to keep that baseline level without it dropping too far by using a female as your control model? You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to pass it to our science team here.
But yeah, so the two,
scenarios that we ran to capture this was the recent 5-year average has about, I think it's about 38% female harvest. But back in the mid-90s, in this ecoregion, it got up to about 55% female harvest. So 45% male. So if you go at that ratio, the total harvest to accomplish a decline or any, an increase, stable or decline, the total harvest is lower because you're harvesting more females. And if you do that, you get to a decline, if that's what you're asking, if you get to a 10% decline using a 55% female harvest. If you add more males to that, it's not gonna have as big of an effect on population trailing price. It really, what really drives, for the most part, what really drives the trend, is how many females.
Hospital that we're creating a bit of time to
Right.
pull out of.
Right.
But
Can you precipitate a nosedive by,
Not, if we're talking about causing a decline of 10% over a 6-year period, at year 6, it's 10% lower than right now. That's not something to worry about not being able to recover by any means. With mountain lions, they can disperse, fill in very quickly. I mean, if you're talking about a steeper decline, it might take longer, but 10% over a period of time. If you look at we're talking that is a difference of somewhere between like 150 to 250 lines. 10%. These populations.
I've got a question. I'm curious about if you use the females to get to the decline, it decreases the amount of cats that you can chase overall, and it decreases the amount of males you can harvest. Like, I'm just curious what you guys feel about that.
Well, if you increase the female harvest, you reduce the hunter opportunity,
Right,
which is one of our
right.
things that we don't
Do
do.
meaning that.
And 37% female reproduction rate, the male and female population remains stable.
Yeah.
If you go to 50%, then you're
It drops.
minimizing 20% male hunter, male harvest opportunity. So you have less harvest opportunity, less hunter opportunity, more land conflict, because you're gonna actually kill less males. Right? You're gonna kill females, platinum, right? So the first slide that we will have that have the objectives, increasing the female harvest up 37% would not be, would throw out a couple of our objectives before. I think.
So it sounds.
And I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
When we say the current numbers, are we talking last year's harvest rate or the first? Because there's a big difference in what's coming
Yeah.
versus
Yeah.
what happened last year, and I get confused when you
Yeah.
say.
So the clarification there is that we use the recent 5-year average, which is like last 5 years of time, for pretty similar.
Yep.
That will continue to cause an increase. The season that the commission put in place, the one that's coming, will cause a decline.
Okay, that's right. And that's not figuring
The amount of the decline,
is not wrong.
it has ranged in the different projections from 2% to 10%.
Oh,
that was another point I did want to make. We're not here to make season structure recommendations, but should the group decide to alter that female percentage in the harvest, we do probably just want to acknowledge that we might not be able to realize that harvest without season structure changes. So we do have our parking lot for other ideas that we will still be able to share. It's just a thought. We just want to keep in mind what we can realize that we do need to achieve the level of harvest each year to meet the objective.
Justin, I put this up on the board, but correct me if this is wrong. I'm trying to capture what you were just saying. With the 5-year average, has been 151 lions and is creating an approximate 10% increase.
That's been.
The 23-24 commission target right now is 280 lions, which would lead to something around a 10% decrease.
I would say that's been a little less consistent, like 2 to 10% decrease. Yeah, so, and so you look there, that's like basically almost a doubling of ours. Is what I think to get it going.
Drop.
Up to 10%.
Yeah,
So
And this is 6 years as well. So with that,
yes.
23, 24 at that harvest level, it'll take 6 years to drop it by a maximum of 10%.
Ask any question? In your estimation, would, removal of like more, like younger, more dispersal age, less established females achieve the same goal? By removing them from the population as.
We talked about that.
That's the breed.
And we don't, the truth is, we don't really know, so there's disagreement among us about the extent to which those animals without home ranges are going to be reproducing.
Yeah.
Like, they're mature, so they could, and so they probably like will come into estrus capacity,
Yeah.
but they don't have a home range, so we don't know.
Yeah.
And basically those dispersers usually will act as replacements for, animals that have territories or whatever they get removed as dispersion will then fill in those areas. And typically females are young females are typically low Patrick, so a lot of times like females don't disperse to the degree that males, in the general thought is most males, young males, typically disperse from the population, but unless there's you kind of making terrible. Females are typically develop home range fairly close to the other.
Other questions, comments? Clarifications? So let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna have you fill out your preferences around different alternatives in a couple different ways. So we'll start by this stable 10% increase, 10% decrease, and then we'll get into population numbers and harvest numbers. So we're gonna spend a little time with you one-on-one with us filling out these tables. And sorry, Alyssa, you've got it.
Over there, you better around, just have snacks, drinks, coffee, and it's Wi-Fi, like, if you need.
Let's come back in 10 minutes at 9:15. All right, well, thanks, everybody. We're gonna get started in our next phase here. So Sarah's gonna show an example of what we're about to do on the screen, and then members of our team are gonna come and work with each of you individually to put it together. One note I'll make is that we're referring to this 23-24 commission target as a status quo. So I wrote that on the board. When you see status quo here, that's what we're talking about.
Great. So this is the frame of the consequence table that we're going to sit down with each of you individually and fill out, just like we did the surveys last time. So the idea here is that with this first consequence table, we have our 7 fundamental objectives that we identified and the ways to think about measuring those. So if you want to maximize sustainability of the lion population, then we want to talk about the effect on the sustainability of the lion population. And we're going to ask you on a 1 through 5 scale. In this case, 1 is a strong negative effect, to 2 is some negative effect, 3 is no change, 4 is some positive effect, and 5 is a strong positive effect. Try to anticipate under the status quo, again, the commission quotas, that what the different values should be in that first column and first cell here. And then we'll think about that. If we had a 10% increase, what would be the effect on the sustainability of the lion population? We tried to aim for a stable population, the same thing, and then a 10% decrease. Does that make sense? And we'll do that for each of these different objectives, thinking through. So then next, what is the effect on maximizing hunter opportunity for ungulates under these different alternative scenarios using the same scale? So we'll sit down with each of you and walk through that, and we can talk more about it if that's confusing. But if you have any initial questions now, we can talk about it as a group.
So for the maximized hunter opportunity for lions, does that mean increased harvest or does that mean increased population?
No, I mean, give you access to every bit of hunting territory there is out there.
10% increase in the population.
I think it's, your question really is like, what do we mean specifically? Do we mean if the population is higher, there will be, there's more harvest and there's more opportunity for lions? I don't know the answer. I think that's what you want. What do you guys think is the definition of maximizing hunter opportunity for lions? Increasing quotas or increasing lions?
Increasing lines, me, opportunity is just like how I elk hunt. I sort through 50 bulls before I decide on one. So opportunity for me would be to treat 15 lines and decide which one I want to harvest.
Yeah, that seems counterintuitive to me. I mean, if you're looking for opportunity, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, not necessarily an opinion, but if there's more opportunity, more that doesn't that mean there increased hunter opportunity? I don't know.
More people get an opportunity to harvest one that way, rather than fewer people get more. But if there's not as many lines, how are you gonna have the opportunity to harvest one when they're not there?
Well, I guess
It's
that
just like
that
your
argues
bulls down in the Bitterroot,
Yeah,
there's
not there.
you see a 286 point, you better hose it.
Yeah.
I don't even.
Better lower that number down to about 200.
Yeah.
So I guess I don't know, I just wondered if the reverse thought for me.
What you're
I
saying,
guess,
yeah.
So the part, so when you come and ask us this stuff.
So we need to all be on the same page.
It seems that, because. I don't know.
In my mind, it means different things for different people. I was talking to Scott and these guys, like in your area where the quotas never close, I can see where, you need more cats. Then you take those areas, hunter opportunity, what it's meant for my sons is that if they don't kill the first cat they see in for 16 days, they have zero opportunity because the quota is closed. That is not opportunity. And that happens all over region 3.
Yeah, but I tell people numerous times over the years, like, you may not get a good cat one year, keep going, that's nothing, say you gotta shoot a cat, pretty darn
What if you bought an opportunity to take one? And you have to kill it in the first 16 days, you would rob that kid of that opportunity. So what we're gonna do in our country, and it's not an eco-regional, the other two ranches, as we discussed, are. I'm taking kids on opportunity, but the season has to be open in order for them to have the opportunity to harvest.
So for you, it means to increase quota.
It does, absolutely, because our quota closes so fast. That's not true in his area, and that's why I don't think we can take a broad brush and say you have to do that. I think it has to be very specific. That's what the biologists are supposed to be doing, like their definition. When he's running 10 days and not seeing a cat trap, I agree, there's no hunter opportunity there, because evidently there's an issue there, whether it's access, which I think that's a lot of it. I was down in the, Lima Peaks area yesterday, closed 10. They never fill it, they never come close because of the remoteness. There's wildlife and parks going. How many sheep down there? Like 40% of them were dead in the first 3 weeks. Cats were killing them by their collars. That's what I was told yesterday. What's that? The Tenway Mountain.
Jesse's here.
Yeah, Jesse. But anyway, this is what I was told. I was literally on the ground down there. Their quota's 10 cats. And they never close it. Well, I think they have ample hunter opportunity, but they don't have access where it's so remote that they can't get in. I think that's great. I think it means different things for different people. I
So
will tell you that I don't have any hunter opportunity.
Use the definition of these objectives to be all on the same
We
page.
Do you
do,
have enough cats
And-
that if it was more open, that you have more opportunities, or do you need more cats?
No, we don't need more cats. To be candid with you, that's the other thing that, and I don't want to be very old, I feel like I'm talking too much, but boy, if you've ever gone to coyotes in mid-January in these wilderness areas, which I've done a lot of, guys, 2,400 hours, they had a resort home. You see lion tracks up there. And everything that talked about this morning is, they have no flippant idea what the transient lion population is. This is what I'll say. They can kill every cat on the front in the Paradise Valley. There's so many cats coming out of Yellowstone, on the outskirts of their two buildings, on Gallatin, that no one can access. They just don't, it's called massive, because they never, and that's what we would see, you'd be killing those coyotes up in the high ridges in January, and you'd see that lone lion trap and bunches of them. If you spend time on the ground horseback in that wilderness, every drainage has got lions in it. Those aren't even counted. Actually, by FWPs now, the absolute guarantee rates is very poor habitat for lions. If you look at their ranges, but it's probably because they're not on the ground.
Yeah.
Again, that was my question, as I was thinking, so if Cody and I have the exact same idea, we want to maximize hunter opportunity, how, I guess, am I gonna say more lions, more quota? He's gonna say less lions. So I guess, I don't know.
That's why we're
To me,
asking.
that's what I'm trying to figure out, so where, what.
Well, can we apply this to different things for different people, but if we can at least come to a consensus on what it means for us, then the numbers you get. Will be
There's-
back
yeah.
to something.
Now, if that's.
Sarah may have a good answer.
Yeah.
Use number 2 as our example, right? Maximize hunter opportunity for ungulates. I mean, I would think that would mean for,
Decrease in lines.
I would think maximize ungulates, right? That's more ungulates in my mind. So just change that to maximize hunter opportunity for lions, just change the species. That means more lions. To me, number 2 and number 3 mean the same thing. That's how I look at it, right? It means more.
I'm gonna give the floor to Sarah to respond to this for a moment.
So, the solution here is pretty simple, actually. If there's different ways to think about this, we are missing an objective. Because if we add, those nuances under these different objectives that, you're thinking about it one way, you're thinking about it another way, then we need to clarify those if these directions would be different under these different scenarios. So in one case you have a 5, and in one case you have a 1, because we're talking about population numbers or quotas. So.
Yeah, so that just what it struck me as odd, that's why I said that. I guess if I was an outfitter or something, I would want an increase in quota. If there were lions there, seems to be more opportunity. I guess if there's not lions there, then, or it's a thin population or something, then. Yeah, then. Yeah, you want to increase the population and then.
any under objective, I'll give it under objective areas, not line under objective, you haven't mentioned that, right? But, and I'll give it under objective areas, you jack the quotas up, like you did now on the rate of 5. That does not, in my mind, give you added opportunity for line. That didn't have the hell out of line that aren't there already. I mean, for instance, in that area, we went 3 weeks without flying a track in the L. So that raising the quota doesn't necessarily give you more opportunity. I mean, they give you the opposite in a lot of ways.
But you could, I mean, if you had the extra 5, that'd matter. If somebody had a good year, yeah.
I mean, we're looking at Lions as the sole culprit. And it is not even close to being Lions being so low.
Could you get rid of like the number 1 is the same as number 3, basically. Maximize hunter opportunity for lions. It's actually, you just have more lions.
Or do we want to add as objective, is that what you were saying there?
We can clarify language, we can add objectives, whatever is going to make the most sense to you all as you think about this, because it is important to have this discussion and make sure everyone is thinking about the same thing, so.
You know, I realize there's a lot of difference.
Well, essentially, if you raise the quotas, you're maximizing hunter opportunity for ungulates.
Well, what if you just added in maximize hunter opportunity for, deer and elk by increasing, harvest opportunity through more tags, and then just tack another one in there, like below it, maximize hunter opportunity for deer and elk by increasing deer and elk population, and then do the same thing with cats. And then you've got both of these sides of it represented, and we can answer each of these.
I was just thinking, if you come around to me and you start asking me, am I strongly positive or strongly negative or somewhere in the middle? I'm just trying to clarify what I'm in my mind, where we're trying to go with this. Am I gonna be strong positive or strong negative to get the effect that I'm thinking? I guess that's where I'm.
And it could be different for different people.
Right,
So,
and I
so
get
Sarah might say that for her, increasing the harvest is the way to maximize hunter opportunity. But I might say for me that increasing the lion population is the way to maximize hunter opportunity. So it doesn't have to be the same for everyone. It's how you think we can best achieve these objectives.
Clear by the, what you're talking. Are you saying, like I said, it doesn't matter if we view these differently as far as the end results? Is that?
I think that's what I'm suggesting.
That it's okay.
Sarah's
I think
gonna.
that would skew your data, though, if we had different opinions on.
Well, what if you just like threw it in there, maximize hunter opportunity for lions through more, if we increase in quota, and then back the question under it, maximize hunter opportunity for lions by increasing lion population, you got both covered.
Yeah.
For specific.
And it's clear.
And two different things.
And would you rank these differently under those two things?
Yeah,
Right, okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we need to add those separately, and is that true for, we need to do that for 3, but is it true for ungulates too, like you're saying?
Yeah, probably, we're gonna do one.
About that,
And then
keep in mind though, that all of your alternatives here have those ungulate components. So just the discussion we just had about that, there are some places for sure where if you cause a decline in lions, ultimately you get more hunting opportunity for deer and elk. But there's several areas in this ecoregion where it can't get any more little for elk. It's specific, you can shoot 3 cows in some of these areas. So if you cause a decline in the lion population, you would still be limiting 3 cows per person by law. Just keep that in mind, that all of these have got the focal areas right in this incorporation.
So do you think we can keep that as one objective
Yes.
with the language of?
Is that the objective of the wildlife commissioners, that they decrease the lion population, hoping the ungulates will come back, which will eventually bring more lions?
They just want to.
Is that the idea?
Increase unit populations.
They don't, yeah, so Karen, they're the Lions,
So if you have more.
right, well, that's is biology, but that seems, makes sense.
So does this become population or quotas for ungulates or
Or yeah.
the number to maximize hunter opportunity for ungulates?
I would say,
I think that would
to
be.
me, that's increase, I would say that's increase in population. Number two, that's how I take that. That's what that one means to me personally.
We need similar clarification, the line wants to.
Yeah, I like that, both of those. Like you-
But Sarah, I guess I was confused. I thought they were saying that number one captures the lion population and then three captures.
Well, and then
I
that's a
think
good
one and three
question.
are the
So
same, basically, right?
if they're the same, then we can try to differentiate that way. So if one is about the population and three then can become about the quotas.
We could do, as long as it's, yeah, as long as we annotate that, so we're all on the same page, probably.
Is that what you meant? Like, forget your suggestion, splitting it into two. Did you mean that we need to split three into two, or just we need to take one and three?
I was just offering split 3 into 2, but, yeah, I guess I look at it a little bit. Working towards sustainability of the lion population is one thing, but then hunter opportunity by either increasing population, or increasing tags, and we can just be specific about those two things, so we're not answering from opposite perspectives and skewing what y'all get in your answers.
So we're splitting,
I would say just split number three.
splitting three.
Clear that way, I think this might be a better way to do it.
All linked, so bear with me for a second. Okay, so this one is going to be effective opportunity for lions.
One is by increasing the population, and one is by increasing the quota. Or harvest.
Folks feel good about that change, that clarifies that it's what it is. Yeah.
And does number 4 need clarification then?
Right, so number 4 is maximize outfitter opportunity for lions as opposed to hunter opportunity. Do we need to split that one as well, or do folks have a shared understanding?
I think you could actually increase that.
Just get one, say.
It's covered and covered.
There should be a distinction there.
To me, that's more like increasing age.
It shows the preference. I mean, really, we should all be on the even ground, right?
Well, we've already elicited from you last time to recall the weights and how important you think these things are. So we'll look at those results later, but they are not all even ground. Some of these are definitely more important than others in terms of what you think as a group. So it can be retained, and if you think it's something that would be important to this discussion, that these alternatives are going to help address that in different ways than some of the other objectives are capturing.
Yeah, if I remember right, wasn't it the maximize outfitter opportunity that started out as maximize trophy lines?
Age
Class.
I think age
Was it age class?
More age class.
And so that's kind of the gist of that, because outfitters, they can't sell the age email. You expect a lot of clients.
Some can.
Some can, yeah, some can.
Are these different alternatives that we're thinking about going to affect the age class? Next question.
That's one of the season structures, I think. I would be.
Because if not, then everything would be like ranked the same, so this objective, even if it might be important, it won't actually matter to this decision, it's all gonna wash out. And in that case, then we can get rid of this. And we'll be back to 7 objectives.
Because I'll do that, the outliers. Do you think you're covered in those questions, or do you feel like that one needs to be in there, or needs to be in response? I feel about it.
Well, typically speaking, I would think hunter is a hunter, whether they're non-resident hunters, resident hunters, outfitted hunters, like non-outfitted hunters, hunter is a hunter. I agree. And so I kind of feel like Reed covers it. I don't want to see down the road this turn into a published draft thing, and then all of a sudden, someone goes, well, the authors didn't even care, because they didn't even put their 2 cents in, you know what I mean? That's kind of what I would just throw it out there in there, is just kind of a little bit of a, I think they are an interested invested party, and they need to maintain an interested invested party. So.
As so I've got these notes that you saw, I think the first round of notes from this whole process, I'll add this, this discussion of this change and just put in a note that we are dropping that outfitter part because we think it's captured sufficiently under these objectives and it was considered, but it's not likely to be something that will change in this decision.
Even though, I guess even if you, let's just say you leave it in there, I don't see how anyone in this room can get confused and pick a different. I don't know how it's gonna skew the results.
It would just be, you know, going through all of that objective again.
Clarification. At all. Yeah.
You say it's not.
I'm saying like on 3, how we did the clarification on 3A and 3B. Yeah. I don't see it using do that now per thing. But
Leave it as is,
maybe you
not
guys, maybe you guys do think it needs changed, but I don't.
We weighted them, right? We went through and weighted on, so what we thought was important.
Yeah.
Down below.
And so the thing that will happen next is if we leave that in and these are all, you know, the same, like free across the border, you know, there's no distinguishable effect under these different alternatives, that whole objective will be crossed out from a later table because it will just be kind of noise. It doesn't inform our decision at all.
Oh, then I just leave it on there.
Sorry?
I just leave it on there then.
As is.
Yeah, yes, it is. If going forward, it's
Okay.
gonna get leaned out if it needs to be. Yeah.
Any other thoughts on these objectives for clarification? So we can plan as, you know, if we are doing the one-on-one solicitation with you guys on this table, if we do have questions, we can reconvene and talk through some of that, just to make sure we are on the same page.
On number 7, in my mind, I'm thinking over the general public wants less lions. That's, I would make that based on that theory.
I think you might be right in one respect, Hunter, the general public, hunters may want less lions, but not the general public as a whole.
Yeah, like I just talked to Nargon through you, and I mean, they were a different opinion. They don't want less lions for sure. They'd like more. They want, you know, there's some strong opinions in there around. We were talking to this.
So number 7 again is gonna be something that just depends on how we view it. And that's where I was at, is I think the general public.
I think if it becomes a safety concern, sure, that one would be fine. If they want them just to like be part of the landscape, then they want more lions. So, but in their backyard, I think we're for lions.
As a deer.
Yeah, fair enough.
So does it make sense to split out those different types of stakeholder groups, general public?
Be good, maximize satisfaction of the line population, general public of those who want to see an increase or a decrease. And you've got a 70B, because the public's gonna split one way or another. And, you know, go with a 10% increase, some people are gonna be happy, some people are gonna be good. You go with a decrease, some are gonna be happy, but at least you know who you're talking about.
Would these be the complete opposite, effects, then the scales would just be kind of reversed?
I think so.
Yeah.
You capture one of those aspects. So then the opposite's true, right? We'd like to have a 7A and B, right? Maximize
That's pretty much-
public that want more lions, maximize public who want fewer lions. You're just gonna move a lot of numbers, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to anticipate that.
Population.
Yeah, also true.
Yeah,
Totally.
So I think in that case, then, so we already weighted the importance of that, and if we just say split it 50-50, I mean, it would essentially wash each other out again, like, you know, already the trade-offs are very clear.
Yeah.
We're gonna, maybe we don't need to even consider that right now, because we know that's.
I think it depends on where you go, and this
Mhm.
this is the thing we fight. If you go to the big hole and talk to ranchers, the people that actually pay the taxes, or if you go to downtown, and that becomes the divide, but that becomes the. And that's, I struggle with it every day, because you have state statutes that say what they say about owning the populations and having to manage predators. And then you have the thing where, you know, I think that wildlife does belong, and you have an obligation to listen. Having said that, I think, you know, I don't see large landowners in this room.
Well, yeah.
I don't.
The general public as a whole would probably reverse that whole list of stuff up there. They would say, maximize ungulated opportunity for lions. It would be opposite of what we're talking about, you know? Would be, we're looking at it just from a tree, large problem, or tree small.
Would it be beneficial on number 7 to just pick one way or the other that we could see general public looking at it? And kind of to John's point a little bit, it's like maximize satisfaction of lion population by general public for those who want to see an increase in lion population. You know, to clarify it. Well, some folks do, right? So because we know there's only two sides. Right, of that equation, there's general public that want more, general public that want less. If we capture one side of those two things, just to clarify, number 7, so we all view our responses the same way, view that question the same way, would that be beneficial for the model? Or does it matter? I don't know.
I think it's gonna wash out.
Yeah.
If we put it like towards the one way, towards people who want more, then you can anticipate what these entries would look like in the table, and then the 10% increase option would be ranked highest on that. So we get a little bit more of, you know, a score at the end, but if we included a 7B of people who want less, then it would get the lowest, and so essentially those values would all end up being a washout.
Yeah.
But if we only include one, it would show us some of that, but we can also eliminate an objective from the table. If we say, okay, we do know that those trade-offs exist, if we don't even rank them explicitly, we can delete that from a version of the table and see, like, you know, what are the supports for the alternatives.
This for me, I'm for that, it's just it's essentially 50-50, right? For us in this room, we're not gonna make the decision. The general public.
And it's,
We rank that, right? So.
it could be
yeah,
helpful for this group to show that you're thinking about the different perspectives like that, right? So that it's in there. If it's not captured by these other objectives as clearly, to include that.
Yeah, we do have to involve, I don't know if you guys are aware, you know, right now in Colorado, they're hardly gonna come up with a vote to cancel mountain lion season. So we do have to include the voters, you know, New Mexico, I think they just about theirs. So you
Utah
keep
went to wide open.
wide
Yeah.
open year round.
Yeah.
So how do we capture that?
But that's where
With the number of
SFW is too, so that Utah.
We want to do an AB and have it washed out and show that we consider both sides of that equation and.
Just know it's gonna be
Yeah,
there.
because you're gonna use yours out there in the public want more, use yours out there in the public want less, and it just depends on where they live and how they live and what the relationship with land is.
Should be a wildlife, like biologist issue, though, it shouldn't be open for general public. It happened in Oregon, they shut the dogs down. Washington,
Yeah. just-
those accounts should never get onto a public ballot.
Oh, it will here one of these days. Yeah. I'll be dead.
Do you think, Josh, are you think number one and number three are basically the same? 'Cause if you maximize opportunity for lines, that means we have a.
I think maybe, it depends on how nuanced you want to be, you know, it's like, I think it's good to just have it in there as like, looking like we're considering those things separately, so that like. The health of the overall cat population is something that we're reflecting on separate from the hunting aspect of that. I think like, it's a good thing for us to entertain, and then it's also a good thing for whoever may take all this into account, considering what our decisions are, to be like, oh, I think about
They look
that.
at everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's just to answer one more question, so.
We did.
I think we had
Okay,
some
we did.
clarity
7,
there.
8, 7. So do we strongly negative impact or positive?
I think it's just gonna wash itself out.
Okay.
But it shows that we consider that, you know, just like sustainability questions.
Yeah,
It
because I
shows
talked
we
to
consider
people who have like very strong opinions both ways, you know, so they're out there.
So these changes in these objectives, how is that gonna throw off our, through in the last session?
The weights.
Yeah.
The easiest thing would be to just divvy up the weight between the two in each case. So we can revisit weights if we feel like we need to change those and want to, but I think for now, I would just say keep it simple.
Okay,
That makes sense.
so now, are we getting mired down, or are we ready to make?
Well, we have one more thing. So I'm gonna need a
Sorry.
few minutes to update the tables before we can do the breakouts, but that's because we have one other version. So that was the previous one with the consequence table. This is now thinking about some hypotheticals. And we want to try to, and I'll update these objectives, anticipate under these hypothetical lion population sizes, what you think the effects would be. This information might come in handy later once we have the IPM back up and running, and we'll see if we end up using it, but it'd be worth getting this information now. So this is kind of thinking about how you feel about these different lion population sizes as they reflect on these objectives.
Folks able to see that? No.
It's kind of hard.
Okay, maybe we can make it a little bigger.
Hey, just one quick question on your acronym IPM. For me, it's Integrated Pest Management. What is yours?
Integrated population model. Yeah.
I've got that.
Yeah.
In my line of work, that's what it is.
So across the top are the different hypothetical lion populations from 1,000 all the way up to 3,000. And then you'll do the same thing of ranking from strong negative to strong positive, how each of those population levels would meet those objectives.
This is a strongly subjective one, you don't know
Yes.
what the population is or what a sustainable one is.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
And it's really, we call these utility curves. This is kind of how you feel about it, and it will help us see across the group how people feel about these things and just seeing other groups' projections on these consequences.
I'm gonna go back to the last one for just a second. I have a question. Across the top there, on the things that we're rating, the status quo, increase, stable and decrease. On the, like a 10% increase, you said that would actually be the 5-year average. Is that the status quo?
Or status quo, is that the 23-24 season?
Status quo is the 23-24 season.
Okay.
That's just.
They almost want status.
10% increase would basically be do nothing. Because you said if we do nothing from the 5-year average, we're gonna get a 10% increase. Is that correct?
So that's line numbers. So it's stable, we're not at stable now, we're at 10% now.
Right.
So
What we
We want
want.
to be stable population, but still gonna have to increase
That's
the harvest is to keep it stable.
That's what the science team thinks, Scott.
All right.
All right, so
You ready to rock and roll?
one more thing.
No, we're not. No rock.
All right, guys, one last thing. So we have the hypothetical lion population size table. We also want to talk about a hypothetical female lion harvest. So we can be able to anticipate how you think these female lion harvest numbers from 0 up to 200 will affect these objectives. And it'll be the same thing, just try to use your own feelings on what those effects will be, and we'll kind of be able to measure your utility curves this way, which will help us in the future. We get into this more.
off the top of your head, female harvest was last year.
55 for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Average.
So between that 15 and 75 would be about where we
That
were a year or two ago.
That would be about 37%.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, 37% of 151, 55, even was 5-year average.
Okay.
Did you come up with an eco-regional harvest to the population? We're trying, that's the part that's really fuzzy. It's somewhere between 151 and 280. That's as accurate as we precise as you get now. You know, it's basically, if you double it, which is this current season that just got set, it's gonna cause a decline somewhere 2 to 10%. Probably towards the upper end of that. So somewhere between the 5-year average and doubling the 5-year average is a stable population. Which, you know, is, like Molly said, we wanted to get more specific numbers, but we just need to investigate. We need to make sure we understand exactly how close to the model, we can give specific numbers, but we're not looking for quota recommendations from the media, so hopefully that's enough. But
Can I ask which of those numbers then is like close to 55? That was, from the late 90s or something that created the decline?
Yeah.
So where would that fall? Just for numbers.
55% of 150 is.
150.
yeah,
It should be like way high end.
it's like triple what we have.
Okay.
Yeah, so that caused more than 10% decline.
Yeah, that's dropped you off quite a bit.
And everybody agreed that that was causing a decline, that's why it kind of pulled back.
Yeah. And you all think around that 37% is like that keeps things kind of small. Yeah, totally. Right. Yeah, but that'll keep us down.
Well,
Right. Yeah.
I guess I don't, what the way you just said it, I want to make sure we're on the same page.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, like, you're asking us how many females should be pulled out. I'm just trying to figure out all of those numbers because they're not percentages that you showed that showed decrease, increase, stable. Which of those numbers would, kind of like a hypothetical, we don't know how many,
Yeah.
would give us the increase?
Yeah, so the 55, so like you were saying,
Yeah.
55 or 50 to 70, that would be continued increase.
Okay.
But you get up to the 280, what's 37% of your fees.
Yeah, my impression is not, yeah.
Whatever that is gonna.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And
Something you gotta remember on that big crash, as well as the harvest, winter 96, 97, anybody that was here, I mean, we had snow for the 1st of January, I mean, you couldn't hardly look over.
And that wiped out our whitetail. And so not only were we killing all our females, we didn't have any recruitment of the kittens. Because it was a double, it really got nailed. And that kept us down for a long time.
So we're adding some numbers here. So got 151 is the 5-year average. At 37% female, which is what has been happening, that would be 55 females. If instead that were 55%, that would be 84 females.
Yeah, but that is not.
But that would precipitate a larger decline.
Right,
We don't want
be the 10%.
No.
Let's just think, okay.
And then for 280, at the current rate, that would be 105.
That was 55%.
That was 50%.
That's 55%.
So what's 37% of 280?
Oh, sorry. This
It seems like 55.
I hit the wrong number. So 55% would be 104.
So 105.
Was the two, it was 37.5%. Sorry,
154?
was no, it was one.
That's right.
Well, 105.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're just updating the spreadsheets we have with the changes that we just made, and we'll come around and get your input on all these.
Thanks for that. That's helpful.
Okay.
Yes.
What's that?
I know, that's what I want.
Be careful. All the state statute that never is covered. But I seen that it should be quite easy and it's good enough. That NCA 61-8-311. On a 2-lane highway, where passing is unsafe, the driver of the slope of the vehicle behind which 4 or more vehicles are formed in line shall turn off the roadway where they allow the other vehicles.
No, I love that.
That's been state law for like, but it's not, not down anything, but it's,
Yeah.
some of the state laws are there and they're just, without,
I get it.
in Washington. That's very rare out there. Then people are counting that as good as they, I think.
All right, well, Sarah's getting set up. Let me get your attention. Molly's gonna make a quick intro.
We have a couple late attendees that are joining us today, a couple guests of honor. So, would you guys want to stand up and introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Molly. So I know half of you probably, I'm Randy Arnold in the regional. Parks and Region 2. Just wanted to take an opportunity to sit in. I follow a lot of this really closely behind the scenes. I was really involved in the selection of the committee. And of course, our recommendations that then go to the commission and just following each of those things. So while I follow it really closely, can't help but benefit by being in the room and listening to the conversation and watch the sausage making. I've been through the structured decision-making model. I can share your pain. I've been through this model for grizzly bears. I've been through this model for elk. I've been through this, and we broke the ground of using structured decision-making on mountain lion a long time ago. And it's came, but man, does it help get right with me and what you guys are talking about. And really way. So I thank you very, very much for your patience. Thanks for your willingness to support this project in this effort. I know it's a ton of your time, so I just really appreciate your time. And then I'm going to introduce our commissioner as well.
Jeff Rose, Region 2, WP Commissioner. I'm sure we'll be seeing your recommendation. It'll be one thing to see it on paper, but being able to hear some discussion on how you guys got there. Glad to be here. We're hearing the discussion.
Thank you for joining.
Right, folks on Zoom, we're gonna mute ourselves and turn off the video for now while we do the breakouts. Yes, Josh is going to work with Alyssa online. Yep.
I'm gonna be on the line. So thanks, everybody. I know that that's as our friend in the back said, it can be a painful process. So thanks for sitting through that with us and going through it. We have about 30 or 45 minutes between now and lunch. And Sarah's gone ahead and crunched some of the numbers so we can take a look at how everybody's answers converged and diverged, answer questions about that, have a discussion about that, and just kick things off. We can mull it over lunch, then we'll come back to it after lunch. But I'm going to turn it over to Sarah and let her walk us through what she's done here while we were all chit-chatting. Thank you, Sarah.
So this looks like the table that you guys filled out, but this is just taking the averages across everyone's entries. So you can see that, for example, under objective 1, maximize sustainability of the lion population, we have around 3 across the board. We don't think that the lion population in general is going to be changing much in terms of sustainability under these different scenarios. By contrast, objective 2, maximize hunter opportunity for ungulates. You said that status quo or 10% decrease would be some positive effect, whereas a 10% increase would have some negative effect, and a stable population would be about no effect. And then maximize hunter opportunity for lions. In terms of the lion population, we have 4.5, so either some to strong positive effect under the 10% increase in the population, whereas we have some negative effect for status quo or 10% decline, and then no change under the stable population size. Then for maximize hunter opportunity for lions in terms of quotas, we have roughly no change or to some slight positive effect under the status quo. Everything else is about no change. So are these so far kind of jiving with your entries? Did folks have really different ideas of what you thought would happen and want to discuss any of these that we've gone through so far?
Sarah, are these the averages that include the weights?
No, no, we'll look at those next. Yep, these are just the everyone's input from these conversations this last hour. Right, for outfitter opportunity, as we kind of suspected earlier, we have about no change across the board. For the sustainability and health of the population of ungulates, we have more of a positive effect under the status quo, a little bit slightly lower there for 10% decrease, but pretty similar. And then some negative effect with an increase in the population and no change under stable. For minimize conflict, we have some positive effect under the status quo, some negative effect under increase in the population, and a little bit closer to no change, and a little bit more of a positive effect for these last two. And then people who want to see more lions, he said, as we thought, that they would be more positive with an increase in the population, and people who want to see less lions would be more positive with a decrease in the population, the status quo, or the 10% decrease. So that all makes sense to everyone. Any thoughts on that so far? No strongly different opinions as you were filling this out, things that came to mind that we should discuss or anything like that?
That's all the numbers are in.
Mhm.
All of them.
Yeah.
They're quick.
Got my table set up. All right. So you need to keep in mind for some of these things that have like no substantial change, say this outfitter opportunity. We might need to strike these from the table and see if that changes things, because what happens in the next part of this is that we normalize everything. So whatever had the highest value in the previous table along this row for number 1, maximize sustainability of the line population, got a score of 1. Whatever had the lowest value got a score of 0. And the other ones are scored somewhere in between based on how different they were from the high to the low. And that's where, when you think about this one, maximize outfitter opportunity for lions, it gets a 1, even though it was hardly different, right? So that's why we probably need to strike this one from the table, because it's showing more of a difference here than in reality we're actually seeing.
So is that something we just come up with criteria? Strike them or leave them? Is that how that works?
Yeah, I need
Do
to.
we agree on whether we do or not? Or
We can go, well, I'll show you the final table, and then we can go back to this and think about whether these are too similar to be having the effect that they might have on the final table.
if that's the case.
Yeah. So let's go to the weights first, because we're gonna bring in the weights next. So these were what you told us last time. On average, these are the ranks you gave things, taking everyone's scores again. So we then decide among these average scores, this is the lowest, so it gets a rank of 1. You said then maximize sustainability of the lion population is the most important. You gave it an average score of 86. And overall, if we sum up all these scores that we gave things, we have 450 points. And that means that 20% of the weight goes towards this first objective. And so the next most important one, he said, was a sustainable, healthy population of ungulates. And you gave it almost as high of a score of, in a weight of 0.18 or 18%. Number 3 was maximize hunter opportunity. And remember, we just split this. So it did have a 15 to 16% weight, and I just divided that between the two. We can revisit that if that doesn't make sense as we look through this more. But for now, we have a total of 15% on this objective 3, but split across those 2 sub-objectives. And then we don't have a 4 because things were averaging out a little bit. So a 5, next most important is this one with a score of 0.17. And so that would be the hunter opportunity for ungulates. So really, overall, we're talking pretty much equal weights on these first few things that we talked about: sustainability of the lion population, hunter opportunity for ungulates and for lions, and outfitter opportunity for healthy ungulate population, sorry. Then the rest, we have the lesser important ones. We said outfitter opportunity for lions gets 10% of the weight. So does conflict, minimizing conflict 10%. And so does satisfaction over the lion population by the general public. And again, since we just split that, we took that 10% and divided it across the 2. We feel okay with these weights for now?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So basically you have 3 and 4 combined in 3, and they're weighted at 8%, and then 5 and 6 are combined with 6 and weighted at 10%. Was that was where it switched? I mean, why are you increasing?
It's all just coming in from all the different numbers you guys entered. So yeah, it gets a little wonky there when we take the averages. And then as we're splitting these across, yeah.
19% and then 18%.
Yeah.
But then
in reality, yeah. Yeah, and this is, you know.
So basically 5 and 6 are weighted the same as the number.
I took off the division by 2. You would see that that was 16%. Just divided across there. So yeah, it's just a little bit wonky across everyone. So yeah, we can reweight things this afternoon if you do think that these don't reflect, you know, kind of what you feel like it makes sense. But,
so you're thinking of just deleting everything that's 10%?
No. So I'll show you what happens next. So we had our average consequences, everyone's entries, we normalize them, so now all those bright green cells are the highest values within each row, and the red is the lowest. But we know that these aren't all equally important. Those weights are going to be brought in next, and so those weights are reflected here in this final table and multiplied by those previous scores. So this is really accounting for how important these different objectives are and your scores with the consequences. So for example, looking at number 1, again, it was 19% weight, sustainability of the lion population is most important. And a 10% increase in the population, you say, will be the thing that has the best effect on sustainability of the population. Whereas the status quo and basically the 10% decrease will have a worst effect out of the set of options we're looking at. And you can look down each of these columns and see the red cells are where you're doing a bad job at meeting an objective, and the green cells are doing the best job at meeting the objective, and those light green and orange are somewhere in between, right? And these final values show you the overall support for your alternatives. Oh, a little bit there. And you can see that the status quo and a 10% decline are the highest and next highest overall scored. Considering these weights, considering all of your objectives, and considering that some of these objectives are not performing that differently. So that's where, as the next step after lunch, maybe we can try striking some of those that are too similar and see if this changes. But this is the first glance at, based on everyone's input, all these different objectives and scores on consequences and scores on weights, what the overall decision support is. And again, this is not telling you you have to go with that one. This is just providing you an initial idea of the way each of these different alternatives performs. And we can come back after lunch and talk about where they are not doing a good job, how you can make it better, if you want to evaluate other things, reweight, try different objectives that you think that we might have missed, and so on. Questions? A lot. So this is really where we're thinking about trade-offs, right? Like if you have the highest score being status quo, but you see it does the worst job on a few things like the sustainability of the lion population and hunter opportunity for lions, and also on the satisfaction over the lion population by the people who want more lions in the general public. Can you think of ways that we might be able to tweak this that would help satisfy those objectives better, if that is the alternative that otherwise performs well on the other objectives?
Who's confused?
Everybody.
So the zeros, the reds are all zeros, right? That means it's a low priority.
No, that means like for, again, look at this first objective. We know that status quo is doing the worst job at meeting sustainability of the lion population. That's the 0 there. And the highest, dark green, is the 10% increase. Whereas under objective 2, it's flipped, right? So if you have a status quo, you have the best job at meeting hunter opportunity for ungulates, whereas a 10% increase in the lion population does the worst job at meeting hunter opportunity for ungulates.
I would have thought 3A would have been weighted heavier than 3B. I don't quite understand how they get weighted the same.
Well, and that's where, if that doesn't make sense, we certainly can start there after lunch and just go back and reweight things to make sure that these are reflecting your real weights.
Yeah, we did it because we came up with 3A and 3B this morning. Sarah just split them evenly, but that may not be how you want it. So if you want to change that, so 3A or 3B is more or less important, then we can do that.
Yeah, that'll only take a few minutes per person to go back through that, so not a big deal at all. We want to make sure that those weights reflect how you actually feel about things.
Same with 7A and 7B.
Does everyone else agree with the equal weights on those, or?
No.
We almost.
I think 3A should be higher.
I think it's like 75% and 3B is like 25% of it, maybe, but
Yeah.
as a rough estimate.
But we went through an exercise last time, right? Set
Yeah.
those priority weights, across, but we had, across all of those. We almost have to do that again, because we split two.
Yeah.
Right?
We would just go back and start reweighting again, just to make sure that,
Across.
yeah, and again,
Change across every.
right, yeah, and it won't take too long to do that. If you do want to do that, we should spend the time on that.
So just to reweight everything, to try to get it better.
Just to make sure that these do reflect for each person, and then as a group, like, it kind of makes sense.
Probably not bad.
You took it out altogether, 3B, what would it look like?
I mean, we can play those games. If I just delete that, you can see the update there. It just, still has the most support for the status quo, next most support for that decrease, but these two are a little bit closer in score, right? Or, the other thing I was saying earlier about the outfitter opportunity for Lions, it's almost all the same across the board, but this is showing more difference. This is why we need to strike this from the table, because that's giving too much weight to something that has hardly any real difference. When we do that, we see that now there is a drop in support for that 10% increase in the population, because that had the highest score there. That's only reflecting a tiny, really probably unimportant difference.
So I'm hearing some support for doing the reweighting of these, so we can do that. That'll be quick. We can look at this table again.
Strike that, give it that one. It's not making a difference. We're trying to come up with a graph, right?
You're trying to come up with, like, this is the point at which, the conversation this afternoon can launch from, like, okay, based on what we're saying here, how do you feel about status quo versus the 10% decrease versus these other ones? Why don't you like them? Why don't you? Where can we tweak things to make it better? If you think that one of these is the clear current winner. And again, we can reevaluate an entire new alternative too, if there's something that we haven't thought about yet, and you want to tweak this and or try something completely different.
Are you talking about like kind of artificially saying 3A should be, 0.12, 3B should be 0.04, like artificially change that the weighting for those two? I mean, because we could do the same thing with 7A and 7B. Are they equal or are they not, depending on opinion?
Right, if you
Versus going back through the whole exercise that we did to begin with, is we all split up and we are going to put on every one of these.
So just look at 3 and 7, you don't look at the rest of them as far as weighting.
Right, but like 3A and 3B, we get to artificially change our weight versus, adjusting the weight across all of them. How we artificially just.
I think we're talking about just doing that whole, where you get this list and you re-rank them. I think that'll be pretty quick.
Yeah.
It might be easier than just trying to go in and tweak manually.
Yeah, I mean, we can, but it would probably be a better thing to just go back and spend a few minutes per person.
The other thing I want to reiterate that Sarah said that I think is really important is that this isn't your decision, right? This is just for your information. And that's your next job, is to finalize what your recommendation is. You have this toolkit now that you can look at and think about as you deliberate. You can tweak these things. You can ask questions, you can come up with a new alternative. This isn't the decision, this is the decision support. You all will make the decision by talking about what you've got here. So just wanted to make sure that that was heard loud and clear by this group.
If you scroll down versus support for alternatives, that graph is pretty much where we're at, right? I mean,
Currently, based on,
basically the consensus of the room is status quo. And then stable and increase your almost level.
this is the average across everyone, so I don't even know if you would call it a consensus, it's just based on everyone's average inputs, right? Some people probably feel like differently. If we took out, you know, and looked at some subset of the group, we might see different support, and that is another option. We can break out by different stakeholder groups that you represent and see how this support for alternatives would break out under those scenarios too.
Well, I'm just curious if that was a consensus or.
Yeah, and that's a good, it's a good question. I mean, like, what is your gut feeling right now looking at this as the status quo? Based on what we're seeing so far, does that make sense? Or, you know, do we need to wait till we rescore those alternative or rescore the weights on objectives and then think about eliminating some of these sort of even across the board objectives?
You want very happy or very unhappy? Let's start there.
Good chart.
We need a thumbs up.
Happy with one. Well, I was too understanding the questions are kind of long, either way, it's some of them written. Or figure out exactly, that was supposed to be a 5, or I should put a 1, I mean, don't you think, Cody? I mean, some of those were like.
My brain doesn't work that fast.
I know.
And so right now, we're not using that second round of the harder ones, right? The hypothetical population or the hypothetical female harvest. That is something we set aside for in case that becomes something we can use later once we have the IPM estimates, right? This is just based on that first table, year 1 through 5 scores on the overall consequences for these alternatives. So hopefully that was a little easier, but again, I mean, if there's stuff that wasn't clear or you had trouble thinking through, we should talk through that to make sure that we kind of all have a shared understanding of what we were trying to look at with those scores and where people might have thought about it a different way. And if we want to go back and revise those entries too, because that is something we should do if there's like an aha moment. I didn't think of it that way. One thing I can do over lunch is get some estimates of, or some numbers for the lowest to highest entries under these different things, so we can see where those different entries might have been and talk about where those could be if that's of interest.
My guess or my feel from the group prior to doing this was that the status quo was not gonna be the highest supported alternative, but.
Yeah, that's over 60%.
Right.
Well, the two biggest 10% increase for the status quo, kind of brothers.
And that's what I was just gonna say too.
Because the status quo, we're saying is somewhere between 2 and 10%. And then we're saying, I mean, I would say the status quo ends up being 10%, and they're basically the same, right?
So it is consistent that those are both the highest scores. In general, this group feels like a decline is going to perform well. Now, is it this decline, or do we need again to go back to the alternatives and think about other scenarios you think we should evaluate?
Sarah, if the status quo and the 10% are really similar, it makes sense to eliminate one of those as an alternative. Is having both of those on there confusing things?
Yeah, it could. I mean, if I there is the
really
It
change.
doesn't
too
really
much.
change too much, but it has the potential as you normalize things.
Right. But as similar as those are, the big difference is the ungulate focus that this group decided on for the 10% decrease versus the emphases that the commission set up for the status quo. Is that right? Yeah. So we're gonna, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I guess it doesn't seem that too far off if you look at the weighted at the second highest was the ungulate population objective, right? And then an increase in the, or a decrease in the population in the land. So kind of on the side, I guess.
Well, if you went through, we re-weighted those. That bar graph definitely changed.
Most likely.
If you throw out the high, you throw out the low, that's how you do this, do things, do the graphs.
No, this is incorporating everyone's,
Okay.
like, we're just averaging all these entries across all of you.
So I think that'll be the first thing we do after lunch is redo those weights. We can quickly kind of re-crunch these numbers and see if anything changes. Given that, I would say for now, we've got something we can start to chew on. Some things will change, some things won't. We can think about it over lunch, talk about it more after lunch. But maybe we're at a good point to stop and head over to the cafeteria. Right, who's here? So let's do that. So we'll return after lunch, re-weight and talk more.
Time we're coming back.
We're coming back at, it's 12:15 now. So we come back at 1:15. That work?
Yeah.
Great.
All right.
411. That's what I'm saying. Oh, yeah. There's, of course, there's Wills in there.
All right, folks.
Yeah.
Hope everyone had a good lunch.
Trying to.
Jimmy John's. Jimmy viewers better.
Yeah, well, 1,000 foot. Cabin.
So welcome back. We've got more fun activities planned for you after lunch here. Before we get into them, I wanted to make one point of clarification because we got some feedback that the status quo alternative was confusing because it hasn't actually happened yet. So it's not really the status quo. So what we're going to do is change the name of that from status quo to current season. And what that refers to is the harvest targets that the commission has set for 2023 to 2024. So that's going to be 280 lions harvested per year, which we think will amount to about a 2 to 10% decrease and would, at the current rates, be about 100 females harvested per year. Now, one thing that I don't think we did a good job reminding everyone of this morning is the difference between that current season alternative and the 10% decrease that you guys settled on. So the big difference between those two is that all of you spent some time last time thinking about areas that you wanted to be ungulate focal areas and mountain lion focal areas. Those are a little bit different than the focal areas that the commission set. So even though the decrease is about the same, the place where those decreases is going to happen is going to be different. So the 10% decrease that you guys set has those LMUs that you handpicked in the last meeting. The current season alternative has the ones that the commission picked. So there's a difference there. So what we're going to do is have you review the, we've got printouts of the scoring that you did. We just want to have you review those. Make sure you're happy with those numbers, since we know that status quo label is kind of confusing. So with that information about the current season, about the difference between that and the 10% decrease, we just want you to have a look at these. Tell us if there's anything you want to change. If there's a lot that needs to change, we'll get into it, but yeah.
I do have a map for my presentation that might help point out.
Could you pull that up?
Yeah, just whenever you.
So just to be clear, we're going another 10% on top of the already commission? 10%?
No, not in addition to, just instead of. So they would both be about 10%. The difference is where that 10% would be coming out of. Would it be coming from the LMUs that you guys decided were focal areas, or from the LMUs that the commission decided were focal areas? And we're about to pull up the map so you can see the difference between those two. Yeah.
For the bottom of that one or the next one down. Yeah, so this is the example of the 5-year average versus the commission goes, can you click one down so we see the densities as well? Yeah, so this is a great example. So in the 5-year average, in the zones that are highlighted in green, that was where you wanted us to decrease harvest 10% to help those line numbers. But with the commission setup, we're actually increasing harvest. So from 0.8 per 100 miles to 1.5. So we're increasing harvest with the new quotas that the commission put in place for this year. And the 5-year density was 1.63 in the red zones where we were trying to reduce 40%, and we're reducing at least over 40% on the other sheet. But so you can at least see the breakdown, particularly thinking about that green where we wanted to alleviate harvest pressure, we're actually increasing it under the current quotas.
These are the LMUs that you guys singled out the last time we met. The ones that the commission singled out are a little bit different. Some are overlapping, some are different. So that's the kind of difference between that alternative and the current season. If folks have questions about that, we want to make sure that's really clear before we.
Yeah.
I have a chance to have a slide that shows the district information. Oh, we do.
Oh, yeah, that would be great there. Yeah, perfect. So, this is showing you the percent declines that the commission was striving for. So the orange, sorry, you can't read this, but essentially any of the LMUs in orange were where they were looking for a 40% reduction. The yellow were a 20% reduction, and the white just remained consistent with what we observed last year. And so, again,
40% reduction in
The
the
low-
lions
it,
total.
it was set up so that we're looking at reducing the population in those LMUs. So it's not really like the ecoregional population, it's a reduction in those LMUs of that.
That's good. So if you had 100 lions, you wanted to get the stick.
So the idea is that if we would have just gone 40% across the board, then it would be an ecoregional decline of 40%. But since we didn't apply that everywhere, this equates to something between 2 and 10% most likely. But it's a different allocation than what you had suggested in the first meeting.
So when you see current season, that's this one on the bottom, commission set up. When you see 10% decrease, that's this one on the top that you guys set up last time. So just clarifying the difference between those two. Both equate to about a 10% decrease, but different in where that's coming from.
And you'll notice on your sheets, we've updated all of these, just to make it abundantly clear, hopefully, of what we're talking about in each alternative. So this is, yeah, a chance to.
Okay, let's sheet there, what was the overlap? Or did that survey?
What was
Five,
That's
strong positive.
They're checking. What we do.
If you have any questions, just raise your hand and I'll help you out.
Or if you have questions for the group about interpreting how to do this. And if you're done reviewing your scores and you've made any changes, you'll just ask them this way. I'll make sure to update the tables.
Can you give me a second?
Yeah, you have
Two rows
as
back.
much time as you need. Let us know and you try to go.
I had to be them, yes. With clarification on Sarah. The 10% increase population at line.
Yes.
It's not part of it.
10% increase in the lion population.
Any population.
This is, yeah, yeah. Okay.
We're just discussing.
I'm sort of 5 with a 1.
Can you put that on the
You know, that has the number scale.
Yep.
Yeah. I did run good. Yeah. When I first started here, help was learned.
Everybody's saying that.
Yeah.
Comes out the other side, we all have the exact same.
Or actually, this is worse than that. This one could be only 2%. Pretty much the same as they would have.
Thank you.
That scale of those screens.
Yeah, if you, your general day, you're.
I'll get over it now.
Well, you gotta go over to the,
Yeah.
Should have 3 to 4. 2, 300. That's before you get out. Yeah.
So, bottom line, when did everything start changing? When did the line? All there, right? Change.
There's a bunch, yeah. All over.
Yeah, I kind of did, but I changed it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, much better.
Wow.
There's 3 of them. Those that are annual flash mob are big great. We all have one.
Yes, what I want to change is for production. We had to get it. Yeah, you probably even hike it, even fly it.
Yeah. Really? I think that you're putting that, you love it. Yeah. Yes.
All right, where are we at here, Cody? Are we waxing on or off?
I'm off right now. I don't know. I was looking at that. It looked like it was like setting on there, and then when I hit it with the brush, it like didn't move. So I'm like, oh, it must be whatever it is. It must be part of the.
Got all of the sheets in. Sarah's busy putting them together, but I just wanted to let everyone know that Brian Wakeling, FWP, is here.
Like weird. Yeah.
It was simply to say, thanks again for being here. I understand everything's going pretty smoothly, and if everything gets screwed up from this point forward, you can blame me. So, thanks for all of your work.
So we're gonna get set up here, and then we're gonna revisit the weighting, those objectives. We're gonna do it a little differently this time. I think it will make it easier, but it'll take a brief explanation. So just bear with us as we wrap this up, and we'll move into that. Then we'll be set to talk.
Yeah, we don't know what it was.
Okay, we're ready. Sarah's gonna walk us through it.
All right, so this table doesn't look too different. Your scores didn't change much. We tweaked those few that you guys asked to update on your individual sheets, and this is now reflecting those averages again. So nothing glaringly different here. But what we definitely need to do next is go to the ranking and scoring. Okay. So it's gonna be a little hard to read this. So this table looks similar to the one you saw in August. We have the objectives and this column for rank, which is like 1 through 7 or 9, depending on if you consider those 3A and 3B, and 7A and 7B, we have 9 actual entries here. And then the score column will be somewhere between 0 and 100. But the difference this time is this is now capturing which of the different alternatives is doing the worst job. It has the lowest score, and which is doing the best job and has the highest score. So if we zoom in a little bit, see that under objective 1, sustainability of the lion population, the lowest score among the different alternatives is 2.2, and the highest is 3.7. So it's somewhere on our scale of some negative effect to somewhere in the no change to some positive effect range under the worst to best case scenario. And that difference in score is a 1.5. That's what this column here is just showing you the difference. So what we have to do now is, rather than cross out alternative or objectives that don't have much change, we're going to actually consider that while making these ranks and scores. So think about what is the most important objective here. But as you think about that, the important difference is to think about these changes from worst to best case scenario. And we call this swing weighting because we want to talk about this swing. If you could swing one of these, say they're all in their worst case conditions right now, which one would you want to swing to the best case scenario, considering that actual difference that we think you can actually make under the different objectives and alternatives that we're considering? So it's just that slight nuance in thinking about how much of a change can you actually make. Even if something's important, but you can't change it that much, it probably isn't as important as some of the other things. Does that make sense? It's a little confusing until you actually try it, I think. Justin, swing weighting, add anything to that?
This is kind of what you were doing anyway. Before lunch, you were looking at which of these is not really different, we can drop the objective. So this is just kind of calculating.
You're just doing one to 9.
We're gonna
9 being the most important or least important.
least important. So you give a 1, you look at this and say, okay, maybe hunter opportunity for lions is really important to me through quotas, but I see that the change is only a 0.8. Okay, that's actually not that important because you can't make that much difference. So maybe I'll consider some of these other ones that are also important, but they have a bigger change, say in the degree to which you can affect the outcome. So in this case, like compared to quotas, lion population has quite a big swing from worst case, it's a negative effect, to 4.6, almost a very positive effect. Maybe that then is the thing that's most important because you can actually have a big effect on that objective.
You're ranking the thing itself.
Yep, so.
And the difference you could make in terms of the worst to best. You're trying to take both of those into account.
Yeah, so if this 3A was in fact, you say, okay, that swing from worst to best case is the thing that's most important to me. I give that a rank of 1 and a score of 100, just like last time. And then you go to the next most important thing to change from worst to best case, and you give that a rank of 2 and a score of something up to 100. If it's the same importance, you give it a score of 100. Something less, like a score of 70, would say that it's 70% as important as the most important thing.
I think it's easier to do if you do ranks first. Rank the most important thing 1, and the 2, just get 1 to 9. You give 1 100, and you do everything else relative to that. How important is 2 relative to that? And you can have ties if you don't need 1.
Does this kind of make sense? I mean, we'll do this, we'll break out.
So 1 is most important.
Yep.
When you get to the scores, let's say you pick one that's 100,
Mhm.
and if one's half as important, you give it a 50.
Yeah.
And then you could have another one that's half as important, you give it a 52.
Yeah.
Compared to your one.
Yeah, everything's back to that top ranked objective. How important is it?
Or if they're all equally important, they could all be.
Yes. So if you're ready to give this a try, we will do this one-on-one again, so we can talk you through it again to make sure it makes sense as we go. It will make more sense as you actually start, I think, sitting down.
Time, a lot of friends.
Give it one, we could take to our room tonight.
So just for an example, let's say I personally feel that 3A is the most important thing.
Mhm.
So then I would think 3A is my top
Be a 1.
fundamental objective. And then I'd score that at 100.
Yep.
And then I would go on down to, maybe 1.
Mhm.
And
And it will become a 2, and then a score of something relative to how important it is to that 3A. And that's what we'll walk through each of these.
Sarah, can we do this on black box?
Yeah. Then give you guys.
So it's really similar to what we did before. You just have a little more information. You have the information of how much of a difference you can make to go from best to worst. So you can use that to inform your ranking, but otherwise it's exactly what we did back in August, just ranking these.
I'm gonna stop sharing this for now while I copy this. Sorry, I'll put that back up in just a minute.
Cheat sheet.
That's what she's.
Too late to change the maybe the 3A and 3B a little bit.
We can do that if you think that we should have that discussion. Okay. We have a quick request to revisit some wording. Put this back up. Okay.
So in 3A and 3B, the wording I think should maybe be 3A increased line population, 3B increased line harvest, or increased line harvest. Is that more concise to everyone?
That's kind of what I was reading.
Is it understanding?
That's how I took it. Yeah, no problem with. If I kind of change it, it's maybe more clear. Does make it more clear. Yeah.
So words would be here. Okay, so. Back to this first. Maximize hunter opportunity for lions, maximize lion population for hunter
I would
opportunity.
just say in parentheses, increase line flow.
Or you could just take the maximize that. Just put increase.
And 3B, I would say increase lion quotas.
You know, just saying.
Does that work for folks? Okay. Put that back up in just a minute. So same people will be doing this again, so go ahead and find your people, or Melissa's gonna work with Josh online. Yeah, Alex will take.
I would apply. Something's not good.
I know, it's kind of, there's one there, yeah.
Ready for break.
What was number 6 on our things?
On the objectives.
Yes.
Let me put that.
Minimize conflict.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me, this.
So that goes. Oh, you need to go back. I think that. So I would say tell you. Check.
Yeah, but you got it. I was just wondering, PGB was, has a higher score.
Yeah.
The score should be.
Yep, but you can, if you think things are equally important in rank, you can tie things, and then they can have the same score.
Natural.
Yep.
Ready it is. Why don't now? You did it too.
Work part again, it's harder.
So in what way? So you give your top ranked objective 100 points. And then your next ranked objective, something up to 100 points, and that reflects the relative importance. So a 50 score would be, it's half as important as the top ranked objective. Or, sorry,
You don't have to go all the way down to go to those.
no. So if you gave something a score of 1, you're basically saying that is not important. It won't get more than like the fraction of the percent of weight in the end.
Oh, 1 was the best.
That's for the rank, so it's, we're talking about
Score,
score.
talking
The
score.
score, a good one is-
But I just like everything to it backwards. Doing great.
Okay, so you know, you know what? Oh, everybody's. I got it. Yeah, so that one. I'm trying to figure out six.
Years.
Five, six. I'm good.
So we do 151. So now here. Relative.
The chance was after three. Yeah, that would be. This is still.
Spot open here?
Right.
There.
Yeah, with the intention. Yeah. Again. You can have two, three.
Yeah.
You're right, okay.
That's what we need.
Yeah.
We are. That's 70.
Yeah. Members of my team. Yeah. What else you want to do there? One.
Two. Like, she's really wanting to be back, bringing more of the lower.
Now your job. Okay. All right, so if you go start.
Yeah, yep, keep an eye on the one relative, whatever your number one is.
Down here. It's. We're not like, roast and back late seventies. Right, so you can. So, right, well, in the late sixties, I remember. Then when Mark. Remember they were both kids, yeah, I was scared of them. Pretty impressionable. Like 5 years.
Spot open, anybody need to go?
No problem. It's okay. Get used to it. You guys have a. Is late May, would you guess? You start underground. Almost in a spot. They're deadly. Anybody not filled out their chart yet?
Has anybody not done their chart yet?
Yeah, your last one over here.
First one. Originally.
Yeah. I think it was all of this.
Still best, you know. Now I don't. That one.
All right, anybody else need to go? Good. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10, show you what we got.
Okay, everybody. We're back. We've got more numbers and now it's time to discuss them. Yeah, we went back, we checked our work, we made sure that everybody, knew what was going on. We clarified this alternative. We had you re-weight things. We've got the results of that, which Sarah's going to show you, but things haven't changed too much. So we'll look at that and then it's time for you to discuss. Think about if there's anything from any of these alternatives that would make them even better, try to finalize our recommendation for the commission. So I'll let Sarah take it away and show you what we've got here.
All right, so this takes, again, like the last time, your average ranks, then orders that from 1 through 9, your average scores, and then comes up with the weights. And so again, the most important objective is that first one, followed by the ungulate objective number 5. Then you have 2 and 3A as your next most important ones. And so 3A and 3B altogether, you see, you gave it a little bit more weight than last time, a total of 24%. But as you were talking about earlier, that 3A is more important than 3B. And then our lower scoring ones are the line quotas, and then outfitter opportunity, conflict, and then the satisfaction over the increase in population for some general publics and decrease in population for other general publics. So any thoughts on our weights? Not much difference there together. Okay. We go back to our table. We've brought in those new weights, and you can see that altogether support for alternatives is pretty similar to last time. Current season is still ranking the highest, followed by that 10% decrease, and the 10% increase are actually pretty similarly scored, right? Difference of 0.1 points. But obviously they satisfy our objectives in different ways. So you kind of doing the opposite, and which objectives you're doing good at meeting under those two, because they're doing the opposite thing. So it's not surprising. And then the stable population is the lowest scored. So we'll talk about these two things that you missed.
Yeah, so we're about to open it up for discussion, but one thing we saw that surprised us was if you look at 3B and 4, you might expect that they would be pretty similar between the current season and the 10% decrease, but in fact they're pretty different, and that's really the place where those differences in those two alternatives is all happening. So you tell us what to make of that, if anything. How does the current season help meet those objectives better than the 10% decrease with the areas of emphasis that you picked out? Does that make sense? Does it not make sense? And then from there, we can just get into a broader discussion about which, if any, of these alternatives you'd like to talk about and where to go from there. So. One place you might start, you don't have to, but you could start is looking at that current season, the one with the highest score, and then looking at the places where it's not doing very well, right? It's not doing a good job at meeting objective number 1 or objective 3A. So is there anything that could be changed about that that would make it even better? Or you could look at one of the other alternatives and do the same thing.
So how does the first alternative sit with the highest score? How does that feel as you look at that? that check out to kind of what you think makes sense?
No.
I would
And-
disagree with it 100%.
Okay.
Well,
And wash
Oh,
in what,
what's that?
in what way?
That's wrong. There. Jumping up, from 151 to 280. It's overkill. It's wrong. It's against scientific principles.
We'll let our science team,
Yes.
but if you'd like.
Well, if it's in there red, I mean, maximize sustainability of the client population. It's doing a bad job at it, right?
Yep.
If we hit the decline, in column number 2, if you increase lion population, then it does a better job, right?
That's obviously looked. On the bottom of the sheet.
Yeah.
And I think,
You know, I think the thing's not wrong, but I think the way I look at that is maximize sustainability of lion population needs to be column 2. To be where it needs to be, which means increase lion population. Am I right?
So that's right. So alternative 2 does the best job of meeting objective 1. And alternative 1 does the worst job of meeting alternative 1. So you can look at that brief. So for alternative 2, or for objective 2, it's exactly the opposite. Alternative 1 does a great job of meeting it, and alternative 2 does a really bad job.
Right.
So that's how to interpret that.
Yeah.
And you know, you can kind of put this all together in a sentence. What this is saying is, based on all of these objectives, you're doing the best job meeting this whole group of them by going with alternative 1, but you're doing a really bad job on a few of these objectives.
Which,
So there's trade-offs.
yeah,
involved.
and that first objective you did score as the most important, and that's probably why this isn't sitting well with you, because you gave it a 16% of the total weight. But we're doing the worst job at meeting that objective with this top scoring alternative. So that is a big trade-off. If you care about that objective the most, then that's likely why this is not getting great.
That's why we're here.
Sounds like you're getting resounding harumphing at current season as an option. Would it be possible to see what the bar graph below looks like if that is removed as an option and we're sitting with the other 3 that were the ones we came up with last
You
time?
mean, just do this for a moment. Yeah, so then the 10% decrease in the population is. So. Yeah, you're still doing a bad job at meeting those.
Yeah,
Yeah, the numbers
Right.
are really saying,
Yeah.
results are the same.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So it would be like similarly bad job, but a bad job done in different places.
Yep. 1 and 4, these 2 alternatives that are decreasing the population, they both do the worst at just about at the objective 1, lion population sustainability. Objective 3A, which is one of your most important, and this general public who wants more lions, which was one of your least important objectives. But those are the glaring reds. It also doesn't do great at outfitter opportunity for lions.
so if alternative 1 passes the sniff test, if you were to do a show of hands, the majority of the people in the room would raise their hands for alternative 1?
Good question.
You can try it. Who could stomach alternative 1 if that were our recommendation to the commission?
That's the current season, which is a 105 female harvest.
Oh, we could live with that?
Yeah.
That's 2 to 10%.
But keep in mind that allocation.
Someone else.
Who could not live with alternative 1?
The allocation where it's online would be a different thing.
kind of halfway scout.
Yeah.
It's kind of like this, I don't know.
You know what the problem with this whole thing is, the current season hasn't taken place yet.
We don't know the data yet on that.
Everybody's worried, like, we're going from.
But you're talking
5
twice
females
the
to
harvest.
5 females, that's already. So. A 10% increase on top of that is insanely high.
You already know that killing them more than 55% before caused a decline, right?
37%.
37. No, 1 year they were talking 55.
Yeah.
55.
That already caused it.
Yeah.
Massive decline, and now you're talking about 105 people.
Well, that's still 37% of the total,
Yeah.
that's why they're quote, it's not 55%. It's 37% of the quota, that 280. With females, so it's not like you're taking a bigger percentage of females, you're just taking more.
Not taking a bigger percentage, just taking more of them.
Yeah, take a bigger percentage. No, I'm saying the population, right, what I'm saying is when they have the biggest, is when they start taking 55% of the takes are females.
Yeah.
That's the one that really crashed.
But you're still taking a significant.
Absolutely,
Increase.
yep, there's still less cats.
It's just a hard thing to digest, I don't know. I've been at it for 3 decades, you know, and all the time you're gonna kill twice as many cats, you know. And it's like, that's a big deal to swallow, and to make that work evenly or statistically, it's a big job, man.
Can't we just split the difference and go 5%, because if it's a current season, it's 10% decline, and the next graph is 10% increase.
We've already talked about all this stuff, though, it's like region specific kind of, in the Bitterroot, we need, for at least, most of us agree that we need more cats. You guys are saying you don't, so, I don't know how you're gonna come to a conclusion.
Well, you're gonna stay right there, they're doing better than split the difference, because they're saying with the current season, you're about 2 to 10%, because they still, we're basing this off numbers, no one knows. I mean, they can't give us the number that we started at, so they have no idea whether it's gonna be 2%, 6%, 8%, 20%, they really don't know.
It's also short term, it's not like this is like for 10 years or 20 years.
Well, it would be, if you sent the current season on as this is the thing we're doing.
For 2 years,
It's gonna
I
be
think that
this season and then the following
I think
6,
that's
right?
revisit it, don't they?
Yeah,
When do you make new changes? I mean, one every 2 years or?
this is.
I know, but they
Annually line.
annually,
Yeah.
so you could, they can change it.
Yeah.
It's a recommendation in there.
The commission, you guys can
Get
change
it
it.
out next year.
Yeah, you guys can change it every year. So if all of a sudden they think, or all the people think there's too many lines, and feel like the commission can go and change that number back to a sustainable number, which I think they would.
But if we're approving something that can potentially stand for the next 6 years or this season and then plus another 6, and we don't do that, then we're approving something that's gonna be a rather drastic.
We don't know that.
cap up.
Yeah, that's the thing, no one really knows.
Yeah, that's my issue.
All I know is, I mean, biology seems like if you kill more predators, you're gonna have more ungulates, so, I don't know. Depends on what you want, I guess, whose side you're on, do you want, you're an elk, or do you, I mean, it's like chasing a unicorn, you can't have it all, that's
You can't have it all. On the other hand, there's a state statute that mandates in the Bitterroot that they need to do this.
right.
I agree with these guys. I have a problem with them. Don't see a cat trap
Yeah.
put every 10 days. I believe them.
I do
I
too.
don't want to hurt them.
I do.
There is state statute, which these folks do not get to choose what is the law, what is not. You don't like the law, change it. They don't get to choose what the state statute says. By state statute, this is mandated. That's the review. That's what we do.
If you pulled all the cats out, just wipe them all out, you're gonna see a short-term bump in your deer and elk populations. And then you're gonna see a decline in the overall health of those populations, and other stuff's gonna start being a problem. So.
I'm not sure with all.
I don't think you'd see that big bump in your, between our unregulated hunting and stuff. Even if you wiped all the cats off the face of the earth, you might see a smidge, but between the over harvest and coyotes and wolves and bears.
I'm saying that if you're pulling out a ton of cats, it's not necessarily the best call for the overall health of your deer and elk.
We also know that what hunters are a small part. When the whatever the pie was, what were hunters 2%?
I've learned down the bitter road, there's a lot of hunters.
They were 2%. That was just their study. Did you see that or?
Nope, I did not see
The
that.
pie chart that we had on this paper that they printed out.
Yeah.
It was like 2%. The cats were like 37. Am I wrong?
Hunter.
The study.
Oh, legal hunter harvest is probably more than 2%.
That was not the, yeah, on the actually, they're definitely not the ones with the biggest source of mortality, the biggest number.
Yeah, by a huge number. I think big. Who's the big one? But hunters are definitely the ones killing the cats.
Yeah.
Are you actually, is the main source of mortality of lions?
Well, the study that was done on the calf elk,
Yeah, okay.
the lions were the biggest killer.
It's 37%.
And so,
That's in the bitter, right? That's in the bitter.
Well, that's where they did the study.
that's where they did the study, but I don't know that that would change anywhere. So, Hunter, you think hunters killed both of the animals?
No.
No, it's the lions and the wolves and bears killing all the animals. That's what I'm getting at.
But I
If you're-
also, but I think humans may have the greatest impact out there. If they don't.
On the lions,
On all of our game. I mean, this human pressure is constant. Constant.
I have to say though, within 10 miles of a major population center, definitely hunters have it.
Oh, I'm
You go
sure.
around Great Falls, you know, there's hardly a deer, well, there's deer in town, but anything out and within 8 miles of Great Falls.
You think not?
Go to the zoo, it's the exact opposite, because that's where all the people are, and that's where you can't hunt.
Right,
You gotta get way out before you run out of game.
Well, humans dictate where they graze.
Yeah, and you're exactly right, we dictate where they're at.
We dictate where all game is, which brings them in direct contact, with whatever predators are out there, or human take. So we have the biggest impact.
Question, remember we talked about removing an item to change the weight. Correct?
Yes, so
We never revisited that.
the reason we probably don't really need to revisit that is because that is now accounted for in our swing meeting. So when we did all this, we accounted for how much change there is. And you guys said that even though like this one has only a 0.8 change from worst to best case scenario, it still is important. So we can try eliminating that to see if that.
Can you go back to the screen where it's just on? So if you, I'm looking at the outlier opportunity one, because that's something that's just kind of balanced out a little. That 0.09 and 0.05 and 0.05, if you change, do those weights go somewhere else now?
If we were to strike it all, it would change all the weights a little bit, but they would look more or less like this.
Because the height rate was increased by population. Under outward. So it's not gonna change.
Not really that much.
The highest way is to stay at sustainability, which the current chart shows that. That's pretty much can stay remain static because we're growing with what we've got.
I still don't think 3D or should be differentiated, I think it's 100%.
I didn't want to say that because I want my support out there.
We all do,
Yeah,
but they're just not the cats that we are.
I think you're doing your discredit by separating yourself because, you know, you have a valid initiative here about doing different things in the state. I'll be candid, nobody likes you.
I don't think that happens.
And I'm an outlaw.
That's true.
I mean, it's true. I'm not wrong.
That doesn't say anything against out there, we're just all honored, right?
Yeah. I agree with what Scott said. I don't, I don't differentiate between the non-resident county and money and Scott and my son. I have no problem with that non-resident utilizing health in the county, getting an opportunity. I just-
It's still maximizing your opportunity.
Yes.
So is there a objective that you're suggesting we might try removing? Is that what I'm hearing?
Combining that, yeah, maybe.
Is combining that with us, relative where we're headed?
That's a question. That's a loaded.
Makes progress. I think it might have a negative effect on outfitters by singling it out and putting it on the paper and making it special.
Okay.
Something.
Here is the updated dates. We set the score to that to 0. So now everything here is updated just slightly because we lost those points that were going into the sum that affect the weights, right? But they look almost the same. And now I just hid this one row for maximize outfitter opportunity because it is now effectively zeros, right? So the support is still pretty similar for everything.
I could ask an outfitter, Scotty, do you think that would have an adverse effect on your, if you took that out of there, it wouldn't make any difference?
I don't think it's gonna make any difference because it's not. I was thinking by removing it, the weight of that, because there's a 0.08 weight or something under the increased line population category. I thought by removing that increased line population category, the weight would go up, but it doesn't. So it really, I don't think it makes sense to see that. Anyway, slice all those numbers, the current season is kind of.
So what strikes me about this, and this is a little radical, but in a way, this third one for stable lion population, it doesn't do the best or the worst job on anything except for one thing. That's the opportunity for lions through quotas, but everything else is kind of a compromise, right? Like it's a little bit bad, it's a little bit good, it's not the best or the worst. So it is the lowest score, but again, this is not telling you have to go with the highest score at all. It's just helping you see those trade-offs. So if somehow, maybe giving and taking a little on all these objectives sits better, that is a totally viable option to go with as well.
Who could live with a stable population? Well, I'll come back to that, because you had a.
Yeah, that's where I was, the question was out, who could live with option 1? Right, let's go to the rest of them.
Yeah, so who could live with alternative 3 if we were to recommend that?
We're talking stable, last year's, 22-23 season, not 23-24 season.
We have to clarify that. So stable means there's 0 growth in the population over the next 6 years. So with all the trends from the IPO we have seen, we are still increasing. So we're gonna have to slightly increase harvest to stabilize the population. So there's no growth over 6 years.
By definition.
Okay, that's just taking
the
around.
okay, yeah, if you can live with that, you want to increase the quota as well.
Right, yes. Okay.
So
I
if you
want
wanna-
to figure that one out.
So we
I'd
need-
lower my number on that.
Do you want to go and update something in your?
What's that?
I doubt it'll make much difference in the one entry, but I can totally go and update things if there's a new understanding of what happened.
See, I wish I could just scrap all these numbers because I'm so utterly confused. We talked this, we beat this horse, resurrected it, jump started it, killed it a few times. But I just want strategic targeting lions in problem areas where quotas are filling at a very accelerated rate. And I want sustainable lion population with hunter opportunity and ungulate populations. That's what I want.
I think you'd get that potentially with option 3 if it saw the same targeting that option 4 was looking at. Because if we leave things completely untouched from not what's coming this season, but what happened last season, you will see an overall population increase. So to stabilize it, you'll need to see an increase in quotas to level that off. So you'll get a decrease and you'll get targeting in the areas that you're looking for, but the decrease may be less of a bold brush move
than some of the other stuff we've been looking
By
at.
definition, stable lion population means we have enough quotas. Because we're growing.
Well,
And I'm okay with that, as long as it doesn't affect you guys, you know, I want you to be happy and healthy and everything, and I want lions. But in certain areas, what we're good doing the status quo sucks.
I'm okay.
Yeah, I'd love to see you
So
guys-
I'll just add that alternatives 2, 3, and 4 all include those emphasis areas that you guys landed on the last time. So I don't know if that helps address your concerns. Those are in there.
If we went with stable, knowing the trend is increasing, you were gonna decrease quotas, then what would the necessary decrease in population be to create stability? Right.
Yeah, you mean, is that the question?
Yeah.
How many females would we need?
Yeah, what would that look like then?
I mean, somewhere between 55 and 100.
Depends on whether we're at the 2% or the 10%.
So,
Yeah.
it would be that sort of middle of the road compromise, not necessarily 10%, maybe more like 5%, but there's still an increase, it's just not as drastic.
No, that would be, I guess, if we wanted to increase the recent harvest, the recent season, that would cause an increase. If we wanted to stabilize, we need to let the female harvest. Between 50 and 100, more than 55, but if you don't want the current season, so like less than 100.
Yeah.
75, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah, I'm trying to like figure out what the compromise could be that everybody could potentially stomach, so that the people who are interested in seeing a little bit of an increase, particularly in targeted areas, can see that. People who don't want to see as radical an increase as the current season feels like won't see that, and like where the middle of the road might be, that everybody can kind of get by.
I thought that's kind of where we were, that's why I'm looking at
I just see the numbers, but get us back.
You know, there's been the confusion that the stable population means we gotta kill more lions. I don't think that has been very well communicated.
Is this,
Or yeah, the target like population, you're gonna have an increase. Quotas. People remind us the end.
4% or increase in harvest, is it a policy now? I don't know if that's the right word, to use the under-protected ungulate areas to absorb all that 40%? Or can part of that 40% go to areas that are just having quick quota? Anybody answer that?
This is your recommendation.
I mean, is that the current policy now, or?
The current season, well, we have to be here, but I think that's how they did choose those areas.
We used a combination of all that data. We asked for the department to give us ungulate objectives. We looked at quota fills, we looked at harvest rate, we looked at all the data to come up with those percentages, increase on quotas that we came up with. So it wasn't one piece, it was all of the above, it was the sportsmen, the hounds, the comments, data, ungulate objectives, so we used all that to come up with those. And we tried to use that scalpel approach versus the hatchet approach of 40% across the board. So we tried to take it, like this area, we feel like 40, this one leave alone, 10% here, 40% here. So we tried to use that scalpel approach to it.
Yeah, so I'm the person who's been running the IPM and has been running numerous scenarios with different things going on. And so, like we discussed earlier, we're not sure about the starting population. And so we've been running scenarios with different ones and see what could possibly be like maximum and minimum and just kind of playing with these numbers. And so every scenario we've run with that 5-year average harvest, the population is currently increasing. So if you're happy with the number of lions that are out there right now, we're gonna have to increase harvest at least slightly, because otherwise that population is gonna keep going up. And so the stable population would be an increase in the quota to kind of cap it at where it is. And for the 280 harvests per year, that's plus 84% of the average. Sorry, I do a lot of numbers, so if people like numbers, I can tell you a lot of numbers, but so almost double the harvest. And no matter what scenario we run, we've seen a decrease in the population. So the amount of the decrease really depends on the population. So we've been running a lot of different scenarios, and we're really trying to target what's going on and the kind of the potential growth of this population and honing in on that. But no matter what, there's been some kind of decrease with that 280 birds. So if we keep with the current season of 280, you will see a decline. Now, how it's distributed across the entire ecoregion, that's gonna be partly based off of your recommendations, and because I know the commission targeted the areas that they thought would help the public best. You might have different opinions. So some areas might see an increase, and some might see like a really big decrease depending on how that's distributed. But overall, there will be some kind of decrease.
But your model run assume 280 harvested at a 37% female harvest.
Yes.
So there's some assumptions built into that model.
There are some assumptions, so that's like assuming the quota is met every year, which won't necessarily be the case, especially depending on where you allocate that quota. So, but if we successfully harvest 280 lines every year, and 37% of them are female, there will be some kind of decline. If you up the percentage of females in that population, the decline gets steeper. We were going off of 37 because that seems to be what's been averaged with current practices.
What's the typical percentage of quota per year? That would be an interesting
That-
model, that if we typically go 80% of the quota set.
I-
If you run that at 80% of the quota set this year, you could have the current quota actually still produce an increase in lions at a percentage of the quota harvested.
So the model runs off of how many individuals are taken from the population. So I can't plug in quota. And if you tell me how much percentage of the quota needs to be filled, I can calculate those numbers and plug those numbers in. But I can't calculate probability of filling a quota. I do believe we have by hunting district historically.
But I think that this, because the structure changed too, there was some uncertainty about whether they were going filled and ready. We just went with assuming if they all got filled, this is what they look like. And then once it starts happening, we will have better information with the new season structure. Run it like you're talking about, like if they would fill it 80%. You know, we could give you that information.
And once we start getting those numbers, and we can run the IPM with the updated harvest and give information on what it looks like the population is doing to the commission every year to help if they need that information to help inform the decision of the quota setting. That's something that's possible, but it's still kind of a numbers game. Like there's a lot of unknowns.
You could factor in where the houseman can be the kind of the master of their own destiny here. You could choose not to kill a female and just kill tons. We killed 5 tons. We had a sub quota of 2 females. We just killed 5 tons. Overall, that doesn't affect your population that much, especially if those under the 120 to 140 pound dispersers that aren't even really included in any of these models. They don't have any blue top.
I think the thing we also bump up against and have continually is we have no idea how many mountain lions there are out there. And the error range in what population actually is quite large. And so we don't really know what we're working with to begin with. We're trying to make recommendations based on numbers we don't know. And so we make large recommendations based on numbers we don't know. We run the risk of having larger than anticipated impacts. And
I agree with all of that except for we haven't seen any, even in like the current season, there isn't a risk of extirpation or anything close to that.
Oh, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying we're working with a lot of not knowing.
So,
Yeah. And so then we're trying to come up with the best possible plan based on a rather wide range of variability and what the potential outcome could be. And so I think if we swing for the fences, then we could have a outsized impact potentially, we don't know. And if we err on the side of being a little bit more conservative, and maybe handing back some responsibility to FWP to say, hey, in the window of time between now and the next time we do this thing, put in a lot of effort to figure out how many cats there actually are, and we'll have better information going forward. That could be really useful, and tracking harvest totals and all the things year by year by year, and we'll have more information to work with the next time we do this.
For the group, I got it. When everybody weighted did the rankings and their weightings, was it clear to everybody that under the stable line population alternatives that quotas would have to, that we're talking about stabilizing the line population growth curve and not, was that clear to everybody? Because that may potentially influence how people rank stuff or weighty stuff or whatever, if they had a different idea of what that stable population meant.
Yeah, we're looking at an increase.
Yeah, I think I had a different idea of what
I had
filling into it, for sure.
And I guess for that matter, the point of clarification, the 10% increase in population, I mean, that has the potential to be our observed 5-year average harvest, effective in what we're doing, and that might very well be the 10% increase.
Folks are talking about the stable, it would be somewhere within these boundaries. The specific numbers, we've learned that we don't know yet, but those are the kind of boundaries of what it would look like. So just to give you a little more clarity, put that up on the board. Percent of emails, that's something that we can talk about as a group or make a recommendation about. So why don't we take a 5-minute break, catch your breath, grab a cookie, we'll come back and keep it going.
yeah, they got one cookie now. So you didn't pick
He did. I did.
He did? Oh, I got one. Yeah. It's not gonna be easy.
So we did a straw poll a minute ago. We have a couple folks left, maybe.
I'm heading out. I appreciate the work everybody's doing and look forward to the recommendation.
Thank you.
Very nice meeting. Thank you.
So we did a straw poll a minute ago, looking at the stable population, and there were a lot of hands that went up that said they could stomach that. But the sense we're getting is that the emphasis of where this harvest is going to happen is the key thing to figure out that'll help everybody be happiest about this. So first, we're going to hear from Molly. She's going to share a little bit more about what might be possible about orchestrating those emphasis areas, and then our committee member online on Zoom has a couple of thoughts about that. And we want to make sure he gets a chance to speak as well. So we're going to go Molly and then Josh on Zoom. So Molly, take us away.
Let me try to get set up. So I handed out cheat sheets while we were talking during the last meeting, and I just wanted to walk you through what we're looking at on that cheat sheet just for reference. So I'll just get away. So if you're looking at the cheat sheet that has the 5-year average up in this box here, the upper map is going to correlate to this alternative A, the lower map is going to be alternative B. So essentially alternative A is exactly how we've seen that harvest allocated on the land over the 5 years. I talked about that this morning in the presentation. This is still using that same pool of lines, but reallocating it so that we can address those local concerns that you guys brought forward. So if we're looking at how to read this, looking at alternative A, again, this map up here, we are using 151 lines to distribute because that's what we've seen over the last 5 years. That's going to be the same in B. So the allocation here is what's going to change. If we look at the harvest density and the number of lines that we harvested in what you would like to propose as an ungulate focal zone, it was only 1.63 lines per 100 miles squared. If we intensify that 40%, it falls up to 2.29 per 100 miles squared. And again, that 40% came from the Bitterroot study where we increased 40% and actually saw those benefits to ungulate over the next several years. So
0.29 lion.
Pardon?
Oh, just being that concerned. I feel bad for the 0.29 lions.
So then if we look at what we had in the area where you want to reduce harvest to help line numbers, we went from 0.8 down to 0.72, so we packed that off 10%. And that was just the number that we picked to start with. We could play with that percentage, we can change that, but that is just to give you an idea. So instead of 33 lions being harvested out of these 4 districts, we're up to 47. Here, these districts, and then the green as well, total 32, now we're down to 29. And so then you'll see just the remainder in the tan is going from 78 to 68. So it actually is alleviating a bit of pressure in some of those other areas as well. But it's just that redistribution where we can still target those concerns. And then the next one, again, was just commissioned just for comparison. Maybe. There you go. So you would just have to compare this side by side with the 5-year average, but you can see how this breaks down into zones. So this was increasing quite a bit. So if we use the ungulate focal zone idea where we reduce harvest from that 5-year average, it was 29 lines in the green, I believe, and now we're up to 61. We went from 47 in the 5-year average to 78. So again, you'll have to compare the sheets side by side, but you can see what this is the breakdown currently. And so it's not necessarily addressing as well some of those local areas you identified that you want to reduce harvest and be sustainable. So just extra info to think about.
Sarah, are we able to hear Josh?
If not, we have a message that he sent.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess obviously listening from the outs, kind of being on the outside listening in today, it seems to me like a lot of the general consensus from the end of last meeting is, I think, still holding true. And it's as far as these objectives and numbers and all of this stuff is just kind of making it more of a convoluted mess. And in my talkings and stuff with in the last meeting, and that with just about everybody there, like everybody was in a pretty good consensus. Like when we left that last meeting, I was like, okay, seems like we got a pretty good idea of what's going on. And then start throwing numbers and manipulating to things and doing that. And all of a sudden it just becomes like a convoluted mess of stuff. But in the end, I think everybody is still under the same consensus. I think I heard Mad say it. I heard Scott say it. I've heard Cody say it. I've heard Josh say it. You know, like everybody's under the consensus to accomplish these same things. Now, how do we get to that point? I think that the eco-region part of it kind of throws a little bit of a wrinkle into things because everybody kind of has their own LMUs per se in mind when they're making these decisions. So I think that's maybe part of the discord or the disconnect is that, yeah, everybody's got the same consensus and everybody wants what's best for their LMUs and what affects them. And not that we don't care what goes on in the Bitterroot or anything like that. It's just their problems are different than ours. And so I think that the finding that common ground is maybe not necessarily done through applying numbers and graphs and charts. It's like, how do we get to this common ground that and this common consensus that I felt like we all walked out of there with after the last meeting? Like, all right, address problem areas. You know, in the Bitterroot, you know, Cody felt like he had some, you know, maybe want to see a little bit of an increase in line population in his units. I look at our areas around Boulder, and I'm like, why are we seeing this huge increase in quotas in region 380, LMU 380, when there's a lot of factors that play into that as far as number of elk permits that are issued, number of deer permits that are issued. Like there's just a lot of, again, it's the consensus like we came to last time. We were asked to make a decision with not all of the information and incomplete information and trying to manipulate numbers to justify something. And I don't think it makes sense when you can just sit back and take the common sense road that says, listen, it doesn't have to be that complicated. And I know that there's some requirements for getting data and getting numbers and things like that. But at the same time, if they're incomplete and not completely valid, why we can't do that, right? So that's my 2 cents from like the outside looking in from today and listening to everybody as best I could.
I just thought you were sleeping.
I might have been, Fuzz.
Thank you, Josh. I agree. Thoughts and reactions?
I have to agree with him, man. A lot of data thrown our way. We're not bad people. I mean, I'm not for 40 years, but I mean, we're all doing okay with it. Well, do with it. I think Josh is right.
Does seem like it's getting mired down in the mud.
This 5-year average harvest prescription alternative B is all correct?
5-year average. That's on the sheet.
Oh, that was an example. If someone wanted to put it on the table, it's completely up to you guys. It was the purpose of illustration, but.
I mean, is this something where we can say, we accept or support the stable environment, following harvest prescription alternative B, which is basically like having an ear tag that puts it back down to 57 feet and doesn't 95 wheels. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Is that off the table or is?
There's nothing that's off the page. Part.
If it still addresses and maps out those problem areas, and then you could, I mean, we need an attorney to draft this. Yeah. Because you could probably do something where this committee could accept the stable or whatever, or 10% increase, whatever, pick one. And then with the recommendation to the commission to follow harvest prescription alternative B, which already outlines those problem areas. They then could adjust those problem areas that are on that list. With more lines as needed.
So I think what you're describing is our current alternative 3. So a stable population with harvest distributed proportionally as shown here in this alternative B. So sorry, those are confusing, but this alternative B allocation applies to all 3 of alternatives 2, 3, and 4 here. So if you chose the stable population, you would do so knowing that as of right now, that allocation would be proportionally like this. The numbers would change because this is at the 150 end, and we know it'd be up from that. But the proportions would follow this because these are the emphasis areas that you guys chose last time. Now you could change it and you could say, actually, we want more than a 40% decrease in the red and more than a 10% increase in the green, or whatever you want. You can change these however you want. This is where we landed last time, so it's a good starting point. But I think that to me seems like the key is just figuring out how we want these emphases to go. And then if everybody can stomach a stable population, we can go forward with that. Folks want to push back against that, that's great. But I think that's kind of where we're at right now.
I got a question. Were you saying you wanted the stable population, or you're wanting that alternative B where we have the exact same? So basically, that's a 10% increase.
Yeah.
You want the 10% increase. You don't want a stable population.
I think so. I just keep looking at that female number over there, and then I keep looking at this alternative B where it still says 57 and 95, and that keeps catching my eye. Over 200 or 105 female. I really don't have an answer for you, sir. I'm just trying to figure out which one.
They're already saying that on their objective that we killed 105 females in theory. About a 2 to 10% increase or decrease. We don't, you know what I mean? We don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
if we're going by the numbers that they're throwing out, that's what it is. So I guess if you can't live with a 10% decrease in the lion population, then I don't know. I guess we're at a stalemate.
I think you're gonna wind up doing eco-region meeting every year like you do region 1, 2, 3, whoever.
I think we
See
should
where
try
you are.
I wouldn't mind why not try here what we're doing. That the commission put forward. It doesn't,
You're already trying.
it's already gonna happen. I mean.
So we're already trying like 6. So you're gonna get it for a year anyway, but you're like signing up to try it for like 6.
Well, and you can change it
I
every.
know, but I mean, if you're. You
can't change it
every year, you see where your quotas are and where you need your problem areas every year, it's basically gonna be. Essentially like our quota system is now. You're still gonna address problem areas, which is exactly what we did with the quota system. We raised them, we lowered them, we left them the same. And you're still gonna do that exact same thing with this scenario.
Just because.
Exact.
Do you think that you guys would kill more
Yeah,
lions?
we're over there, you're gonna talk to the biologist or whoever, till he's blue in the face and get more cat taken, and over in Trinity, we're gonna talk to her blue in our face and get less cat taken.
So Cody, over in your area, if the quotas increase, do you think there'll be more lions killed? You're the heavy lifter, or there's a couple of you that are heavy lifters over there, right?
Yes,
Are there gonna be more cats killed if the quota's 40% higher?
yes.
Just
But I mean,
by
if we're looking at the commissioner's recommendations for this year,
Yeah,
we're jumping from 32 lions killed to 61, almost doubling.
right, the quota's up, but do you think it will be that? That's, I
No,
just am asking.
I don't think.
Because
most of
there's
those
certain
killed.
people in your unit or in your area, like yourself and others that are kind of those guys that are doing most of the harvesting with clients or whatever. So do you think, I mean, I'm just looking at thinking about the bid route, I mean, I realized there's probably 70, 80 lions or something. It's not gonna happen. It never does.
Yeah, so leaving that door open makes me really uncomfortable. If you're like, let's just say you can kill tons and tons of them, but it won't really happen. That feels really uncomfortable to me, rather than saying, let's set it at a reasonable number. And a realistic number that people can maybe fill or maybe not. But I feel like leaving that door wide open feels pretty uncomfortable.
No, I just was asking the question.
Yeah,
So
one
one problem I have is if we wanna kill, if you wanna raise the quota, and even though the quotas may not fill, the way the season is now, where you can buy a lion tag on the internet at the tree, you're just gonna get all kinds of outside pressure in there. And the quotas are exorbitantly high to where those cats are gonna get wiped out. If there's still open quotas going into April, and that's one of the few areas open around, you're just gonna get people piling in there, and I mean, those cats.
Your age class.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
People will travel in there.
You feel that the quotas in your area are not being filled because of hunter selectivity or because of access, weather conditions?
They are currently being filled, but if they went to this current season, I do not think that there's enough cats to sustain the harvest success.
You take the 380, for instance, which is your area, you raise it up 5, and, we're gonna kill those cats. Somebody's gonna kill them, but they're gonna kill juvies, whatever they get in the tree. They're not gonna kill nice, calm, with some age class.
Well,
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with shooting females, because if you're
No,
trying
I
to
don't have
manage.
a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we're all hung up on, I mean, first of all, hounds were supposed to be set up for like management tool, I thought, from originally, you know what I'm saying? But it's turned into this game of tree and free, and everybody wants to take a picture and Facebook it, and
Yeah, you got me wrong,
I'm not you, I'm just saying in general,
yeah.
we can go to our area, I can give you plenty of examples of guys who do that. They're not shooting females, they're just waiting for the big tom, which is up to them, that's their tag, but I'm just saying. A lot of our quotas aren't getting filled because the guys aren't shooting females, so.
Well, maybe what I'm trying to say is, 380 been at.
No, not, well, some of the.
Is it because of access?
Because they don't want,
No, they didn't wanna shoot, they don't wanna shoot females.
Well, maybe what I'm saying is, 380 been a pretty finite quota for what, 5, 6, 7 years?
we got.
6 and 7, it's right in there. And it's been filling, and it's filling fairly fast, but your age class hasn't been very good. So what you're doing is when you're adding 5 cats to that quota, your age class has to go down. Yeah. Cause your age class isn't good now.
And again, it'll be, in region 3, we have a recommendation to basically go to region 4 model where we'll have separate male and female quotas.
That's a good idea.
And past, we've had a total quota,
Yeah.
female sub-quota. So you guys haven't had a female and a male quota?
No.
This is that quota.
Quota.
So we have both, and we don't, there was.
Didn't work.
Plenty of gas, they're just not shooting certain ones, and that's why it's not.
No, I have no problem.
It'll be interesting, guys, 3A with the raised quota, what would see for on the female age structure for the next couple of years, and are we truly, are we gonna get into the adult females? Because typically most of the females coming out of 3A currently are the younger, basically sub-adult females, or we're not seeing the older age class females at this point in harvest. So we curious, can we get into those with this increased quota?
We pulled up here the chart from the last time. It's centered around a stable population that seems to reflect what this group is mostly happy with. You folks want to try to proceed and see if we can tweak this stable population alternative, get the LMUs right, and go forward with that as a recommendation, or do we want to continue discussing and try a different direction?
Once again, we all understand the stable population is the increase, right?
It's an increase in
I
harvest.
guess maybe that was a little bit of it.
Yeah, so
And
stable.
we all agree that
We want to increase.
certain
water.
areas, that certain areas need less, certain areas need more. So I don't know why we are disagreeing with anything. I don't know if we can't do it that way, or
No, we can't.
we want to
I
build
think
more,
the
but
emphasis
get
needs to
less.
be on LMU emphasis.
So let's switch back to that LMU map. Yeah.
You guys, we can put 40%
I mean,
on there.
you guys are the ones that are out there seeing the action, seeing you're out there hunting, seeing the firsthand what's going on out there, so we believe it, but we just, on our side, we see what's going on ours. We came back to the same thing like you're talking about the down the valley where you're at.
So I got a question, 380 again, hypothetically. Okay, you go and count 2,100 elk there, and that probably won't happen, but if you do, are you gonna drop the levels again? And go from the 12 back down to 6? Or are you gonna keep doing that?
You can't, for the state statute, you have to have 5 ungulates under objection. It's not, that's one thing that if it's passed, is it's not just about elk. By state statute, there are 6 ungulates listed.
Yeah, I know. What I'm trying to get at is, yeah, you put the lion factor into it, first and foremost. That's the number one thing people are saying right now is that because the ungulate numbers are down, you're throwing in a higher quota of lions. So that tells me that lions are the sole problem. And then looking, it's just kind of putting lions in a box where we can't look outside that box. We're not permitted to look outside that box. You know, so we're trying to think, okay, we're managing all this crap, all the ungulate problems, the high and lows of all of them with managing lions. And that's basically what I feel like we're trying to do here, and it ain't working.
The whole these guys all did the study, and the study showed that 37% or 38% was cat mortality was from lions.
Yeah. Wolf never pushed in on lion.
No. No, I agree with you. That's, I'm just saying, if you go by numbers.
That was their pie chart.
That was the pie chart.
I'm just saying, it's like Josh was saying, we've got all these numbers.
Yeah.
And we're not looking at reality here, we're not looking outside the box and focus on lions. And it's just like, how do you do it?
The state's already increased.
That is your charge.
Wolf tags, right, they've already approved, right, for houndsmen on bears, so the state's looking at, right, they've already increased our opportunities for taking those predators. This is the one that's left, we made the one major predator that's left that we're allowed.
That we can do, yeah.
Right, and that's why that's all we've got, I think.
As far as this committee, there's a limit on the wolves. We've added snaring, we've added baiting, we've added nighttime hunting, we've added means and methods to take, we've added additional outrunning for black bears. Lions is the last frontier. So it's unfortunately, I agree with you. And of course, we're not addressing the coyote issue. I was talking, earlier on. I think that strategically to bring some of these ungulates back, there should be aerial gunning on coyotes on bighorn sheep ranges. I told you that you can go back to study with studies. You want to target specific predators, specific black bears. If we were baiting bears and hunting specific bears in the springtime, they absolutely impact your ungulates. But I agree with you. I wish we were talking about the whole enchilada.
Yeah,
It's all doing.
Yeah.
And then lions in the small.
I guess we have.
Better contingent, looking at harvest prescription A, which if I understand that correctly, is just what happened last winter, right? Like that's just what's been going on last 5 years?
Yep.
Okay. So if you jump over to alternative B, you're looking at a bump in the Bitterroot. Is that enough of a bump in the Bitterroot? Satisfy your desire for a bump in the Bitterroot? You're getting what, like 14 more tags out of that, or whatever, 13 more tags.
Yeah.
Like, does that satisfy that desire to see an increase? Because the current season version is 78, and that's massive. So that feels like overkill to me.
Well, we're already there.
Yeah, so that's gonna happen, but I don't necessarily wanna see that continue to happen. So does reining it in to something more conservative that still gives you the targeted increase? Does that feel like a sufficient targeted increase?
Probably not in our area.
Data's gonna tell us that in a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean,
If we can't honestly tell you that the current season as it's projected won't do exactly what they want and bring ungulate populations with an objective. There's nobody in this room that can tell me what their proposal is, doesn't nail it, because we don't know what number we're starting with.
We also can't tell you that that's not, we could possibly even increase our line feed increase.
So we know there's uncertainty. And we have to live with that and make a recommendation anyway. So the question is,
So I.
how do you guys want to go?
Do you feel comfortable with something more like this? Or do you feel comfortable with something like more in the in between? And what does that look like?
I'm fine with the in between, like our three options we had on the screen, I'm good with three of those options, right? I'm not just 100% taking the, the next 2 years is the perfect resolution for the ecoregion. There are numbers of 78 for Bitterroot, right? Like, yeah, it looks like it's a hell of an increase.
Yeah.
And, right, so when the first question was both, are you okay with option one? Yeah, I'm fine with option one. I'm fine with option three and I'm fine with option four. Right, so that, a little more moderate compared to option one, totally fine with those.
With the targeting in the areas that everybody.
Yes, with the focus targets, absolutely not. I mean, that's important. I mean, that's obviously important. We need to do that because we all have different, right, depending on where you're at in the ecoregion, you face different battles. Mountain cats, ungulates, we face the wilderness along a huge section of wilderness and then not being able to control that or what Idaho does, right? So we all have different concerns. So that targeting is absolutely.
So the targeting we all.
I think that's
good. Maybe we're closer than we think. Is there anybody who would not be comfortable doing this option, stable population, with those areas of emphasis as we showed on the other side? Is there anybody who would not tolerate that?
I actually think it's fair to say, and there's nobody that can tell me I'm wrong, that 1, 3, and 4 is saying the same thing because we don't know where we're starting. But option one may be the stable population. Option one may be decreasing. We don't know yet. We don't know. That's the, short of.
I mean, if we're gonna get to determine that though, because we go with three, more like we want to pick option three. It seems like kind of a conservative in the middle thing. And we think like current season thing seems a little extreme, especially with female harvest and harvest totals, which are big jump and all that. And I don't love the Bitterroot scene, but we need to give something there definitely, and that's agreed on. And we go with three. I think it's just like what percentage feels comfortable for everybody to feel comfortable. Where you're getting what you need of the targeting in the areas that you need it, they're easing off in the areas that need easing off. And we can pick a number that doesn't feel so radical with female harvest or overall harvest that it's like hard to stomach, but everybody kind of gets what they need. So, and then that would be, if we go with three, then it would be just determining what percentage people feel okay with and what percentage based on what everybody thinks might be the population out there would actually create that stability. And do we like that percentage? Because it might be 10%. Maybe we're like, oh, actually, we don't like that. Then maybe less than, and we actually see a slight increase in capital. We're still we're reining it in from what the 5-year possible 10% increase would be. And so you're getting the decreases happening. It's just not as extreme, and everybody kind of gets it. Then we just hone in on whatever that number.
Hey, this is Josh. I agree with a lot of what Matt's saying. I agree a lot with Josh is saying. I agree with what Cody's saying. I do like the aspect what Josh is saying about leaving this thing wide open. And I'd just like to give a couple of things that have like reference points that have nothing that don't have to do with lions, but have to do with elk and deer populations of what I see over in 380. And that means they basically have wide open harvest quotas for deer and cow elk, meaning granted there's permits you have to put in for them. They're not just over the counter tags. However, in a 30 by 30 square mile area, roughly, there's almost 1,300 deer tags that are given in that area. There's 675 cow tags given in that area. And there's 100 bull tags given in that area. Now, that being said, we know that not all of those tags get filled. However, there's that potential and there's that opportunity for those to get filled. And last year, I do believe, was maybe an above average harvest, like other areas due to weather and stuff like that. And now all of a sudden we see this year where we were towing that line between whether or not we were at stable populations or acceptable populations in those. And now all of a sudden we're dipping below. And it has nothing to do with lions. It has to do with hunter success and stuff. So the point of it, I guess my point being, I do agree that I think we're we're moving in the right direction. I do agree with Josh that leaving those things wide open honestly scares the crap out of me, not just for like 380, but for Cody's area. And, we need to do some more stuff in the Bitterroot. But if the Bitterroot's kind of been wide open and not filling, that's a different animal to challenge, to do, to tackle. Hope so. Again, that's just my 2 cents.
Gosh. So would anyone change any of the areas that are currently in red or green? If you want to add or subtract anything from those, let's start there and then we can get into the percentages.
Our recommendation on the red and green, or the commission's recommendation?
Your recommendation.
Our recommendation.
Yeah.
The one thing I'm noticing on this current page that's up, 380 is not listed on there as I know the quotas were increased on there, but that's not listed on there.
So do you want that to be in the red or the green?
I'm assuming that you mean like the districts in the red are ones that are targeted areas that we're seeing a decrease in, or what does that mean, like exactly?
Commission season increased the quotas in 380, but that's not here, and that's right. These are just the areas that they chose last time.
Okay.
What's on that graph is what the committee's recommending.
Yeah. So it doesn't reflect the season that the commission set, which did have 380 was the place of the
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, so Josh, we weren't clear. Do you want 380 to be added to a particular emphasis here?
I don't know that it necessarily needs to be added. What I question is why the commission added that to an area of essentially a 47% increase. That's what I'm questioning, is why is it because of ungulate population being below target? Well, there's a lot of other factors that play into that, instead of just saying, oh, it's got to be a lion problem. It's that I'm questioning why 380 was put into one of their concern areas, honestly.
I can't answer that.
One rated is deer for sure.
Correct, Adam?
From what the commissioner that was here, he said one of the things they looked at was status of ungulate population and their target objectives with that, 380 were below objective, but elk ain't so much. Your deer numbers have been down for quite a while. Sheep numbers have been down, and again, how much is related to lions on all those and other stuff, but that was the type of stuff they looked at, so that's probably why 380 was thrown in there, is just because of the status of the ungulate population. We might guess, maybe Brian.
I can answer that. So I was at that meeting, and actually 350 was in there, 380 was in there, 320 was in there, 340 was in there. And it was because there was some thought that those areas were below objective on ungulate species. They went back, I went back and talked to our commissioner, and we reevaluated, looked at light logs and the report that was given out from the biologists in those areas, we found out they were indeed not under objective, they were over objective. And the commission opted to remove those areas from the initial proposal. So at that commission meeting, there was a whole lot more in red that was gonna get increased. But after verifying those areas were over objective on deer and elk, they removed 350, 318, 320, 340. And that's why 380 is there, but the others aren't.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate that.
Other areas? I mean, we spent some time on this last time. This is a chance to revisit and revise.
I have a question. Somebody added 391 is in green. What was the thought process in that? I don't know who was that.
Was in green, I think it was because I looked at the population there and it was stable. I think the undoing population.
I will tell you that you could have 1,000 mountain lions in that hunting district. You could not be a scale population. Elk are primarily not in mountain now. They're all out in open and agricultural areas. Really, mountain lions are really, they're just not overlapping with it's an elk distribution problem in that area. And let's say most of the elk are areas that mountain lions are not going to harvest because they have that.
So if we stick with these areas, we can also adjust the percentages. I think right now we're looking at a increase by 40% in the harvest in the red and a decrease by 10% in the green. We can adjust those numbers too. Are people happy with that? Roughly as a way of allocating, we want to change it.
You guys can do that one.
You guys live their streets without.
No.
They would increase it.
Well, I'm happy with either alternative because we're talking 32 cat harvest or a 29 cat harvest, which
So
is
these,
nothing to.
ignore these numbers, because these will go up, right? This is from the 150 a year. We know that it's going up from that to reach a stable population. So these numbers will all go up. Maybe not this one, because we know that it's kind of stable just by virtue of the lack of access.
I do have a question on that. 422, and then it connects to 421, which connects 445. Of the three areas, why was that one singled out as the limited access? Because that actually 422 has the most access. 421 is like 99.9% private. 445 is pretty close to the same thing. So I'm just wondering why 422 is singled out as a limited access.
Yeah, so we went through, we were looking at a lot of different factors. Some of it was fill rates and quotas, some of it was looking at we had built this whole regression, was helps look at the relationship between habitat quantity available to contain lions within the LMU and then the observed hermits over the last 5 years. We kind of looked at what that relationship is. So the more habitat quantity you have, the more lions are getting harvested, which makes sense, there's more available. But there were some that were outliers, where we were harvesting more than what that relationship explained, or we were harvesting less. So we tried to key in on those and see if we could explain why they didn't track with the relationship. And that was one of the ones with talking to motor biologists that it sounded like access was the limited thing in that particular case. And in one of the other areas, it was really tricky too because boundaries have changed so much. So we were having to look at how many lions in an LMU boundary now that maybe wasn't the same a couple of years ago. So we were trying to do the best we could with looking at just averages with the current boundaries. But this was long story short, just kind of one example of a constraint that surveyed, we don't necessarily have to maintain this, but it's been pretty well driven with higher quotas, we don't know that this is certain harvest.
But, yeah, 422 has way more access than the other ones. Okay. And they want to increase that, to 8. Is what I understand here.
Yeah, I would ignore all of the specific numbers on there for now. Because we don't know what those will be. We know they'll be more than the ones where we're looking at 150 and probably less than the ones where they're 280. Somewhere, those are the kind of sideboards that we're looking at. So somewhere between there. So between 6 and 8, let's say.
And then the big reminder, thinking about the really high level decision you guys are trying to make, that recommendation is the trajectory of the population over the next 6 years, and if there are any areas of emphasis that you want us to target. So the biologists on the ground will take the numbers that we ultimately come up with from the ICAM when we get everything sorted out, and we will apply them to meet your objective. But like the idea of the areas of constraint, you guys don't really need to worry too much. It's more of a demonstration to show you how the allocation might look. The bigger part would be like the red zones, those areas that you want us to increase to help on the green zones where you want to boost your line numbers. Focus more on that and then that overall direction you want the population to go. That.
Can I ask a question for Thursday? Myself? So if I'm just say, okay, I'm starting to get behind stable here. My understanding of stable now versus earlier is different. So if 5-year average, excluding whatever happens this winter, is looking at a potential 10% increase, then stable over the next 5 years is going to look at potential what 10% decrease.
No.
Can you say that?
Stable, we want, so with the number of lines we have, that we have some uncertainty, whatever level's out there right now, we want to more or less maintain that for that same level. So 0% change at the end of 6 years. But to do that, if we're growing, we have to slightly increase harvest to some degree to bring it down to 0 growth.
Can you give me some guesstimate on what that percentage might be?
Well, it's going to be somewhere between 150 and 280 lions. So if you pick something in the middle, 215, 225. Maybe. I mean, I don't really want to hit any numbers, but just thinking about some of the trends we've seen, thinking that range.
Yeah, it's kind of just, I wanted to just kind of get a sense of that. Because I don't want to like be inadvertently signing up for 280, thinking like, I'm advocating for something more.
280 will cause it to fall.
Yeah.
So it'd be less.
Yeah.
Anyone having fun here?
Can we do another quick straw poll? Who would be comfortable supporting stable population with these areas of emphasis as designed right now? So Josh, your hand isn't up. Do you want to share why you need?
Particular home area should be excluded in that area.
Which is your home area?
303.
And that's an increase of current.
I think there was not near enough thought into that. I mean,
If you went with the commissioner's recommendation, we're talking 5 cats.
I don't, but it's a big number for that area.
Is it?
Yeah.
Small area. But based on this, it's not in there.
But that doesn't mean there ain't gonna be 12 next year and 12 during the next 5 years, right? Because we don't know. Are we gonna tweak it again next year?
If you went with the commissioner's.
Are we gonna let these red grid and
Well, this is
do that every year? Or what are we gonna do?
right,
Are these problem areas gonna be a?
So let's first address, because I think I'm hearing that maybe this area isn't in this, it's in the commission. commissioners, is that right? I don't know if we're.
Yeah,
380 is.
so 80 on the red,
Plus,
this
you
guy
really
right
want to
here,
put the
right?
green on
Yes.
380 on this.
And it's not, we recommended or identified.
Do you see it in, which color is it on this map here?
I'm good.
It's not tan on that
It's
one.
just
It's
tan.
It's tan.
Yeah, we're done.
So basically what you're saying,
Stable,
you just wanna
Yeah.
focus where it is.
I would like to see that green.
But you'd like to be in green.
Yeah.
Is anybody uncomfortable with that one going to the green?
So if we made that change, is everyone happy with this recommendation?
Who's this guy? Who reads this?
Could everyone live with this recommendation if that area was in green? Can anyone not live with that recommendation?
Well, I'll just agree, or you can't say anything.
I hate to say it, but I think coral biologist, maybe not in that area, I can't say his name or anything, you may have had a little bit of extra pressure because of this under objective population crap. But just because it is, we gotta raise it up. They have their hands tied in a lot of stuff. I don't know if he would have done that if he didn't have that directive.
Do we feel ready to take an actual vote on this? Folks want to discuss a little bit more.
I got to be here for conversation.
We're all good with it. We're good with it.
All right, official vote. Who wants to support this stable alternative as described here?
In 380.
Including 380 added to the green.
Yeah.
No, the green to change the stable population, to add it as green. Add it as green on the.
Can you support this alternative, knowing that it would also include 380 in green? Right now it's in tan, but imagine a stable population where we're harvesting, we're not sure, but it's probably somewhere between 150 and 280 lines a year, somewhere between 55 and 100 females a year. With these LMU emphases shown here in red and green, except 380 is now also in green. Imagine 380 is also in green. That's what we're voting on. Can you
A
support
stable
that?
population meaning we're not increasing by 10%, we're bringing it down.
Correct.
They work that.
The population in 6 years will be the same as it is today. And that will require a little more harvest than the past 5-year average, but we're not sure how much more. Less than 280, more than 150.
But in the green areas, we want to increase the population to 10%. Right.
It's the population in the eco region. The population in the eco region will be where it's at right now. It's just we're getting there with the different LMUs, right?
That's right.
Yes.
Someone, yes. Okay, raise your hand if you're voting for this alternative.
Josh is good with this.
Raise your hand if you want to say no to this alternative. Yeah. That's great. We've got 6 minutes before public comment, but we've reached our recommendation. Congratulations, no more numbers. That's the real reward here.
You sure you don't want to visit that conference table one more time?
Absolutely. So let's pause. We'll be back at 4 for public comments, and we can discuss more. We can choose to wrap up today if we're done. That's where we're at. So come back in 5 minutes for public comment.
If we get a bounce, and once it bounces back, then, you know, slowly drop line numbers. I don't know, but let's see, I really want to see that.
Okay, folks, let's pull it back in. The hour has arrived for public comment. So let me start by saying there may be folks watching on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to make a comment, what you need to do is log in to Zoom. There should be a link in the YouTube video that you're watching. You can click on, log in, and make your comment on Zoom. Please do that if you're online. We have a couple folks in person, and we'll invite them to make comments if they'd like. This is a really important opportunity for the folks on the committee to hear from the public. So if you'd like to make any comments about the process or to the committee members, I invite you to do so, and thank you for being here. But no obligation.
I think that was, if you guys want to make a comment, now would be the time to do so.
Now it's time to do so? Okay. Well, I'd like to thank everybody in the room for the dedication and time and effort on a difficult and complicated subject. My name is Tom Parker. I don't really spend a lot of time in the bulk of this region. I'm out of the Swan, but I've, you know, hunted here in the Blackfoot, Bob Marshall, Scapegoat, and Great Bear, and worked on lion studies in Yellowstone and Glacier Park. And my sense of the thing, in our part of the world where I spend time, we're at rock bottom, our population. I started hunting there in '75. Excuse me, lion population? Lion population, yeah. And our deer numbers are also rock bottom. And there's a lot more than, you know, lions and predators that are affecting these deer populations. A lot of it, you know, the conditions on winter range. Our highway mortality is very disproportionately high to the overall population because of compression of population, deer population. There's a lot more concentration of deer in what I'll call that river highway corridor for a lot of reasons. Part of it's habitat. There's a lot that goes into it, but the commission decision to increase harvest, you know, on these lions, that, you know, it's kind of the easy answer. The way I see they're looking at it is like, well, we can get these lions, and maybe that'll bump these, you know, and change public perceptions around, you know, what we're doing. And I don't really think it's going to get at the problem. You know, you can, there might be localized areas where that might be true, but I know in our part of the world, I see it very different. I think populations need, there's no more pressure than they've already got, the lion population. And it's already, it would be adding insult to injury. And that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Tom.
I'm Tony Crucial. I guess I'm still confused about all this. I want to record this stuff a while ago. The numbers and the way, I guess I'm gonna speak mainly for Blackfoot here. I hunt at least 8 days winter, and I have for a long, long time. And we're in the same point here in areas. Our cat population is not increasing. And the way that these harvests are going, we're taking them out of specific areas, which they're always gonna feed into some lions, but even those areas are even getting very, very difficult. Granted, I do know we have a lot of catastrophic burn, change, subdevelopment, and the things that are going on here. But in my mind, I didn't even know that things were, because I don't think. But in my mind, that, and I have to speak specifically for this area, I don't run around other places anymore. That I guess I got
see more of what's going on. But if we keep increasing, we're increasing faster for the one. Because Thompson, there's so many other things that are involved, which I understand you guys are specific clients, that there shouldn't have to be a specific line at the beginning. But you gotta look at the whole picture too. So.
I agree with Tom and Tony. I don't agree that there's an increased lion population of a portion of the black and white. There is I feel like we're already at the cusp where we go along with this mass increase for very long, we're just back to where we were in the late 90s, early 2000s, where the next 2 per district. They're going back, and we're great. That's what we're doing. Like I don't believe.
We don't appear to have anyone online, but it's important for us to, now that we've heard these public comments, and thank you folks for taking the time to be here and share, that we reflect as a committee on whether that changes what we're thinking about, whether we have questions or comments in response to the ones that we just got from the public. So I open it up to the committee to talk about that.
Can I say one other thing? Yeah. One other thing I see here that I've seen in 5 years, everybody's talking specifically about an area, just like me. So in my mind, is coming in and looking at this to really get a true answer. There should be people on from the area, whether which sides you're on or, because right now, every area is, and that's where I'm seeing the conflict of some stuff too, is because certain areas are going to be discussed, which are very important.
Questions or comments from our committee members?
I agree with all you guys about, what unit is that, 280? What's the unit?
280, 290.
290 here.
290, 280.
Maybe so. No, I was just gonna say, I agree with you guys what they're saying. I mean, that's what we've already discussed this all together, that it should be region specific, because in our area, the Bitterroot, we're having a lot more trouble than these guys are having, or you guys are having what you're seeing. So we believe the guys that are on the ground, like you guys, out running around, to tell us, what's going on. So I appreciate that. But like I said, in our area, we're kind of covered up. Yeah, that's right.
There's no Bitterroot houndsman here, but Colton and I have run the Bitterroot. When was that, 2017? And I personally think if the Bitterroot sustains a 40% increase in harvest, you're gonna wipe everything out of there.
When's the last time 250 filled on a phone? Like, is it filled?
I think it filled this year, but
It's filled the last couple of years, I think.
Well, there was like a 3 or 4 year period, that was 250 wasn't filled, that might be period now.
the reason that one didn't fill usually is because you have the draw tag people, because the season structure was different. You had the people that drew the tag, and there's a lot of those guys that didn't have access to dogs, so they had the tag, but they wouldn't go. And so by the time the February came around, they went to the hybrid season where you could hunt in February. Then the wolves are going in there, so people just quit running it all together. That's kind of that's what we thought. There's plenty of tones to go around up there.
But isn't there a heavy outfitter presence in 250?
Heavy when we were there.
Yeah.
It filled this past year, and that was the first time it's filled in a long time.
Yeah.
That's a sign.
But it's mostly from what I've seen with those guys, like Justin Verdell, all these guys that heavy hitters in the Bitterroot, and they're seeing that. It's just the draw structure, the way they had it draw the early season, where you could hunt from December 1st till February 1st. They're the first, a lot of people have that tag and didn't go. Several people, I know several guys that didn't have access to dogs, so then the outfitters could get it from February, but then they started to quit running up there because of the wolf issue. Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Then we're in the same bucket with, you know, if what is it, this one, my goodness. So,
Yeah. Well, you get that December to February with that free for all, I guess.
You guys can come visit us on anything time.
Yeah.
So, and to you guys' point too, we've had so much data, we've talked about it at length for now 3 days, the imperfectness of the data that we have, right, the line numbers, et cetera. So we have beat ourselves down with trying to come to some kind of a middle ground with it. And I don't know, maybe the folks that decide on the commission for the future, you know, I think that'd be excellent to have somebody, if possible, have somebody from each LMU represented at this table to capture those other LMUs that we know nothing about, right? So they might need more lions killed and we wouldn't know it. Maybe they need fewer lions killed and we wouldn't know it. Right, so that might be something for the folks that decide on the committees for the future. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I'd like to echo your frustration with there being multiple factors at play that we are unable to address with the tools we have here. And we recognize the complexity of the issue and feel equally limited in our ability to address its complexity. So we share your frustration with that.
One thing, I don't know, that it'll be interesting and a real eye opener to see these changes, like you said, these, or like you talked about, a lot of these changes are already, it's a done deal. And we're trying to go from this point on and predict, you know, provide some kind of a insight, if you will, with the future commissioners for that. This has already been implemented. It'll be really interesting to see what happens and how it works and if it helps, if it hurts, what it really does. It'll be a real good testing ground, I guess. Maybe at the expense of the Lions, you know, yeah, so that's kind of where.
Is the area you guys concerned about, is it in the west central ecoregion or is it? I don't even know how they're doing it.
That's the map of the ecoregion line district up there. You're 290.
We're not 290, 290, one of the districts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anything, for that highway center, basically,
It's looking like south.
Yeah.
I think south is in the west central and north.
northwest.
Any of our committee members want to revisit those LMUs and business areas based on what we've heard from public comment, or standing pat over that?
So to give you an idea of where we're kind of thinking to head next, if we are by the end of, you know, this hour, probably able to wrap up and leave it where it is currently, if everyone still feels generally like that is a good initial recommendation. We're still running the numbers from the IPM. We'll have those probably fairly soon. And we propose at that point to think about if the numbers are well within these boundaries that we've been talking about, we would propose probably a briefer Zoom meeting just to check in with folks and see, here are the numbers we got. How does this all check out? And in that meantime, if you're able to talk with your fellow stakeholders, and especially from some of these LMUs that aren't represented here, to check in with them, we can revisit those LMU emphases at that time too, if you're hearing information that changes some of the ways you're thinking about this. Now, if the IPM comes back and we have results that look a little different than this, and we think we might want to talk a bit more, we could meet for another day sometime as another option in person. Or we could do it on online thing too, if that's more convenient and we think we can manage that. So some options there, time to check in with people and get more feedback. That's been, I think, really helpful to hear today from you all. Thank you again, and like to keep checking with other people too, to make sure that this is something you think your fellow folks will be able to live with as well.
One thing one of our biologists reminded me of during the break was that we added 380 to our list of population increase areas. And it's just worth reiterating that when we do that, that will come with a trade-off because we're, affecting the population at the ecoregional level. An increase in one place potentially leads to a decrease in another. So just a thing to bear in mind. With that, I think everyone understands that, but I wanted to reiterate that. It's made to be.
We got 3 people here that say lands are rock bottom in 280. We should turn that to green and not red.
Yeah.
280 or 290.
Was that last slide showing percentage of quota filled? Is that-
Yeah.
that's it?
Yes. I-280 especially will not reduce that population.
So you're 90% of the quota was filled in 280 or 290?
It is actually over 100, so it's at 101 to 108%.
So it got, that was last year, or the previous 5 years?
5 years.
So it was 100% filled the last 5 years?
Yes, and so, and it's been over harvested since, so when they got permitted, they went to permits and they came out at a higher level. We were working on it, we've been working for years. You grew our land population, started increasing more and more and more. To get harvested for other reasons. So then when the permits went into effect, and we got county permits, let's say that there was 4 lines to be taken, then they gave out 8 permits and they said, we're probably only gonna build 50% of the permits. But in these areas, we pretty much had 100% built from day one, so we started losing track at that point, which you can't control with the permit. And then they upped and upped and upped again, and then it went to a hybrid season, which we still have lines then. And so if the permits didn't fill, they instantly got killed right after February. So we've been over harvesting up here for years. And then the losses and the other stuff that have happened is dramatically made it go down. So, and we're just following that same cycle happened, early 90s, it was done, I can tell you that. And then by 2000, it was down in the dirt. And then we closed area, there's no hunting, no harvest. Things started working back together, shut the quotas down. Things started growing back up. But you'd have to look at that longevity population at that time too. This has all changed. But then we went to rock bottom, which we did in the long history. At that time, you were working with other places for permits to have a housing group and anybody group of people every couple of years, we go out, we know there's getting to be, let's shoot more lines for the next couple of years. And then revisit it and go. Another, which I don't know how the season, I haven't looked at the new season structure, but another tell in the old days was you had a quota, and then in February, it was done. That's why we got a training season besides the permit. We felt that coming too, because we didn't have a season, but they used to call it chase. And so that's where the training season, so we didn't lose our opportunity to other counties. But in that cycle of it, at that point, we can adjust and go back and forth when we got handed permits for but in February, if those quotas were not filled, if there's cats out there guys out there that'll check. And at that line, it was done. So you could really look and go, wait, now, they didn't kill any females, they didn't kill any toms in that area, there's 3 left. And it showed the cycle of plants, and so then we could lower it down, start getting back up, and then move it back up. It was a great way,
is easy way without all these numbers and percentages and guesstimates. Get people out on the ground can tell you what's out there in the winter, especially. You know, just don't tell the story. I mean, I can tell you every track in this country, and you know, it tells a story. So it's easy in the winter, you know, you push down and you can really see what's there.
And you're saying, Michael, man, go cold 50, what do you prefer?
That's what I prefer. It's easy. So we fill a bunch if we need to in an area, and then back off if we need to, and you can move it back and forth, and it's easy to move back. And it works. And versus, you know, Lions and just change in 6 years. Who knows what's gonna happen? Are we gonna have another turn? Are we gonna have a huge never kill again that we now need to kill more stuff and then, you know, this is just probably off the subject at all, but I've been in a bunch of meetings before now, and the one thing nobody can answer me is why we raise our ungulates to extreme populations with every other predator out there, and then we have one, and it's changing. But we can't look at it that way because they're here. But they'll tell you something right there. And mountain lions are targeted because they're easy. Mountain lions are the easiest thing in the world. You can kill as many as you want if they're out. You know, they're the easiest thing to knock.
What was their quota over there, do you remember?
Everywhere.
In your area where you're talking, last year? They're like a 2 or 4 or more, or?
That's the issue for us,
Neighbor. We put it in down here. All through the deadline.
Well, we added 380 with the green. We take 280 off the red, kind of even that out. Don't necessarily have to put it in a green for increase, but at least not targeted for, not targeted for an increase in kill.
Right.
To make it a 70, a tan portion of the habitat.
280 and 290.
290 already is.
Already tan.
So there's a proposal to make 280 from red to tan.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was looking at it's,
We're going up to
20% increase for this year. Yeah, that's what committee.
With some new.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We can think about that, but I think that's what's on the floor, to take 280 out of the red and just put it into the tan. What do you?
I agree.
Have feelings, thoughts about that?
That feel good to you guys?
No.
Folks, that was the risky thing to say, but we're done. But I think I just heard a question from the back on it. No, okay. I got that. So we can be done. Sarah just laid out the next steps. But if folks have more to say, we're here.
So the next steps are you're gonna run a bunch of numbers, we need like a short bond and line and do something at some point.
That's what we think could make the most sense. If the numbers fall within these ranges that we've been talking about all day, unless, you know, if you guys come back with some major change in how you're thinking about this. If it's just kind of a check-in, here's what the IPM says, here's what the actual numbers look like. Do we still all feel like we can live with this as the decision we want to support? Then that would be a probably fairly brief meeting.
Yeah.
But if it's something that shows quite different results for some reason, then it might call for an in-person meeting that might make more sense. And we can, you know, make that decision collectively again, and once we're ready to talk about numbers.
Well,
Double check.
you don't have to be.
That too.
So if it's within this ballpark, we could write something down and send it out. We could read it. Or we could meet, I guess, I just want to put that on the table.
Well, whatever you do, add a whole lot of numbers to it.
I really prefer ordination plots, I find. Very good.
I don't think the guys in this room can meet again after this works.
Please clarify timeline too about when this proposal would go to the commission, so everyone has context timeline.
Sure. So one of the things that you'll probably notice is probably in a couple of weeks, you're gonna see a bunch of recommendations going forward with the commission for buying a season setting. It will not include the information that's being developed here. So when you see that, don't be surprised, don't lose your mind because we've taken all this and thrown it away. Will take you a little bit longer to do that. No, seriously, what we'll do is, we'll take this and we'll continue to refine where we're going. We'll follow, unless something really surprising occurs, I expect that the department will accept the committee's recommendation and we will forward that to the commission. Even if we don't accept all of it, we will present everything that all the products that we have developed here. Typically, what we'll do is we'll take this to the commission in June. What that means is you'll see it posted, and all the recommendations associated with that, in shortly following the April commission. And so we'll be discussing this internally, developing all of our internal staffing documents beginning in February. So those are kind of some of the timelines and some of the things you can expect on that.
So we could, if you want to meet again, I guess we should decide, do you want us to work on scheduling a meeting or?
Yeah, December 1st.
Yeah, we could, that's what I was gonna say, we could schedule it after the plans. Right, but there's, for a few of you, that'll be.
Well, as it feels, folks, like you said, you can write the whole thing up, we can see it, we can look over it, we feel good about it, and sign off on it. If we need to discuss, we do a little Zoom thing to discuss.
Probably easier to get everybody back together.
Yeah,
By Zoom.
it seems like at that point, like we'd be discussing minutia, not minutia stuff.
And if it is, if you run the numbers and we understand how the model's working and it's different than this, then we'll let you know.
Yeah. That seems.
Nice job learning down.
Yeah. Thank you guys again. Really appreciate your time, your effort. Means a lot, and happy to give you a free day. Don't tell your, whoever that you're not until here tomorrow. Whatever you want.
That we do have the notorious PAB barbecue down in the dining hall. If you guys want to serve before you leave, we've got baked beans, coleslaw, and pulled pork and brisket sandwiches.
And you guys still can stay tonight.
Absolutely.
Fine.
I'm gonna turn on the office.
You can go home if you want.
All right, thanks everybody.
Oh, I think just a little bit of clarity. Nothing tomorrow, right?
We're not.
You can eat, you can sleep in.